All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you're new, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you joining me today. We have what I think will be another good show. We have some really interesting topics to discuss today. Certainly some interesting stuff to go over. As always, I'm kind of just watching the chat for the last minute or so before I actually get this thing started. It's always interesting to see what you guys are talking about. I see somebody asking in the chat, Days Gone 2 coming. Is that true? As far as I'm aware, no. I don't know where you heard that. It would be great. It would be great to get a Days Gone 2, but I don't think that's in the works right now. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm going to do a rundown of the topics that we're going to be discussing today because there's a few things that have come out. Of course, we're going to be talking about Spider-Man 2. That's not what I'm going to lead with today because, well, we've been talking pretty much nonstop about Spider-Man 2 for good reason. And we're going to continue to talk about Spider-Man 2. We do have a few new pieces of information to go over about this game. But we actually have some other things that are going to come before Spider-Man 2 here. The first thing we're going to discuss, and this is why I titled my stream this way, is some PS5 sales data that has come out, both for the US as well as Europe. And I think it's really interesting to kind of go over this because, you know, what I'm saying in my title here, the PS5 is unstoppable at this point, I think that's 100% true. Not just from a fan perspective, like, oh, I want to see the PS5 do well, but I think it's true from almost from an objective perspective. I think it's almost an objective truth at this point that the PS5 has pretty much become unstoppable, and there is some evidence here to kind of back that up. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about the data in general, some of the sales data. Something else we're going to be talking about is the PS5 Slim. We have a new leak regarding the PS5 Slim. We now know when it's coming out. There's going to be a new bundle for it, and apparently how many units Sony actually allocated to put out there for the holiday season, which is interesting because it kind of just goes to show how well they expect the PS5 to do this holiday season. We're also going to be talking about Sony's next acquisition. Now, the reason why we're going to be doing this is because, well, I did cover this in my video yesterday. Hopefully all of you saw that video, but if you didn't, multiple analysts seem to believe that Sony is under immense pressure right now to make a major acquisition of their own as a response to the Activision Blizzard deal. And it'll make for an interesting conversation because there are many different ways we could approach that conversation. I did talk a little bit about it in my video yesterday, but I want to make sure that we kind of go more in depth. And I'm sure many of you guys have something to say about that. We're also going to be talking about what I've been playing. I've been playing Lords of the Fallen. I think that's about to come to an abrupt end, though. I told you guys that I would update you after spending more time with Lords of the Fallen, give my thoughts on it. And I think that's actually the first thing I want to do here because I do want to dive headfirst into these other topics, but I know the first 20 or so minutes, people are kind of filing into the stream. So I have been playing Lords of the Fallen, and my thoughts on it at this point are I think I'm just going to stop playing it, and I feel like I regret buying it a little bit. The reason for that is because more than anything, I did talk to you guys about this before. I struggle with specifically buying like Soulsborne titles because I've played all the Dark Souls games. I've played Bloodborne. I've played Elden Ring. I've even played a little bit of Sekiro at this point. But specifically focusing on the Soulsborne games from Software. From Software developed Soulsborne games. every time I've went to go play a Souls-like title, right? A Souls-like title that's not developed by From Software, I always just end up leaving the game with this feeling of From Software just does it better. They do. Like I see so many studios putting out, they're putting out a valiant effort. They're trying their best to, to replicate that experience and do as good as they can, as good of a job as they can. And some developers, I think, find more success than others. But no matter what, at the end of the day, I always end up just thinking, why wouldn't I just play Dark Souls 1 through 3? Why wouldn't I just play Bloodborne? Why wouldn't I just play Elden Ring? And maybe that's a little bit unfair to these studios, but Lords of the Fallen is particularly egregious in the sense that this game is trying desperately to be Dark Souls 4. It's unabashedly trying to be Dark Souls 4. And it's just, I wanted to embrace that because it seems like From Software is not making Dark Souls 4. It seems like they've moved on from Dark Souls. We're likely going to get an Elden Ring 2. To me, Elden Ring was not a Dark Souls 4 because it was open world and it just changed up the formula too much for me to consider it an actual Dark Souls game. So what I'm trying to say here with Lords of the Fallen is they tried to make this game, but there's so many aspects to this game that are just, frankly, mediocre that it just ruins the experience for me, where it's like, wow, graphically, the game looks pretty impressive, right? The artistic decisions, even some of the bosses, and I guess the overall look of the game, it looks the part. This looks like it could be Dark Souls 4, and the presentation is definitely doing it as well. But the actual moment-to-moment gameplay of Lords of the Fallen is far from ideal, man. They have this kind of floaty, loose, janky nature to it that I understand. The Dark Souls games, they've always been a little bit janky, right? But this is taking it to another level where it's like this game feels unrefined. It just doesn't feel nearly as good to play as even the first Dark Souls game. And I was trying to push through it and get further in the game. And the more I'm playing it, the more I'm realizing I'm just getting infuriated with this game. Not because of it's difficult, but because it just feels kind of broken. It does. It feels like the lock-on mechanic is almost completely broken. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm going through the levels, I'm rinsing, repeating the levels, trying to master them, get better at them, and I just keep constantly taking damage and just dying because I went to go lock onto an enemy, locked onto the wrong one. By the time I try to correct that, I'm getting hit from the behind, and it's like, it's just all over the place, man. The game is all over the place, and it's very unfortunate because I actually did have pretty high hopes for Lords of the Fallen. I don't want to make it sound like it's unplayable or a horrible game. It's certainly not. There are redeeming qualities to this game, and it's a shame because it really feels like all they needed to do was tighten up that gameplay, tighten up the combat, and really just hone in on that aspect. And I think if they achieved that with Lords of the Fallen, it would be in a much better place right now. But there's also a lot of technical issues. There's a lot of stuttering, massive frame drops. I thought people were over-exaggerating, frankly, with what they were saying about the, just the way that this game was suffering from a technical level. I really thought, oh, it can't be that bad, can it? It's like, no, it's pretty bad. It's actually quite shocking in some ways how you would think publishers would learn. You would think publishers would learn by this point that it's not good to release an unfinished game. It's not good to rush a game. But in the case of, I don't even know who was it Hexworks or CI Games? I'm not sure who the publisher is for Lords of the Fallen, but they rushed this game out. It was not ready. And honestly, my thoughts on Lords of the Fallen are, why would I play this when I could just go play Dark Souls Remastered, or I could just play Dark Souls 3, or I could just play Elden Ring, or I could still just play Bloodborne? yeah, these games might not graphically look as good as this Unreal Engine 5, cutting edge game, but if the game doesn't feel good to play and there's a ton of technical issues, what does that matter? It doesn't matter at all. And I'm just very disappointed. I'm just very disappointed in how it turned out. And yeah, Lies of P I'm hearing is amazing. I'll probably have to go to that. But the main reason I'm going to be putting Lords of the Fallen down and not returning to it anytime remotely soon is, well, because now we have Spider-Man 2 coming. Sounds like a skill issue. No, I'm not having trouble with the game at all. I'm getting through the bosses relatively easily. I'm progressing through the areas. The thing is, this game, anytime I'm dying, not every time, but more than 60% of the time when I die in Lords of the Fallen, it's because they're of something that's technically broken or wrong with the game, or just a bad mechanic. The amount of times I've locked onto enemies and would press R1 or R2 at the exact moment, and my sword swing just doesn't connect. It just doesn't connect. It just either goes through them, or my guy goes and swings over here. It's ridiculous. And I'm just like, how could the developers not realize that you're trying to make that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to make Dark Souls 4, and so much about this game looks like this could be it. This could be it. How could the developers or the playtesters or whoever not realize that, dude, I'm not saying it has to feel identical to Dark Souls. It doesn't have to. But it needs to feel a lot better than this, because this is just floaty and loose. It's very strange, man. It's very strange, because I didn't get that impression when I watched the gameplay. And it really was up until I started playing it myself that I started. And again, the longer I play it, the worse it gets. That's what I'm noticing. The longer I play it, the more and more I'm noticing. And it's just like, I can't do this. I legitimately feel like I want to go play Dark Souls Remastered right now. That's how I feel after playing Lords of the Fallen. As crazy as that sounds, that's exactly how I feel. And I wish, I know a lot of people want Elden Ring 2, and Elden Ring 2 is coming, obviously. I mean, obviously that's going to happen. But man, I really hope one day From Software makes a Dark Souls 4 or Bloodborne 2, of course. Everybody wants that. Just something. Something that's more linear, something that's not open world. I'll play Elden Ring 2, of course, but this is not the first time I've been burned by a Souls-like. I've been burned by many Souls-likes where it's just, no matter how many things you get right, no matter how many things are good about this game, there are also things that are not right. There are things that are lacking, and these are things that are not missing or lacking in From Software titles. But I guess that's just the way it is, I'm not saying that I necessarily expect when I buy a Souls-like title, this better feel exactly like a From Software title. It's not necessary. And apparently that's what Lies of P is. So I might have to go explore Lies of P when I get the time. I think I bet on the wrong horse here. But yeah, I just wanted to take a moment here with the opening of this stream to talk about what I've been playing up until this point. And honestly, as you can tell, I'm venting a little bit of my frustration that I'm having with this game. It's a shame. I want to support AAA developers. I want to support new IP, even though, well, Lords of the Fallen technically isn't a new IP, but it's a reboot of a game that came out a decade ago. I wanted to try, they got my support. They got my money. But, maybe I'll return to this game when it gets patched, when it gets fixed. But I don't know if anybody listening to this right now was maybe on the edge, trying to decide if they want to support Lords of the Fallen, if they want to buy Lords of the Fallen. If you are, just be cautious. There are some issues. There are certainly some issues. Geronimo says Lies of P is definitely better. It seems like it. It seems like it. But what I'm going to do now is dive into the first main topic of the show today. Before I do that, I just want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can help support my content, help support my channel. Simply being here, watching the content is obviously greatly appreciated. So thank you for tuning in. Taking a second and hitting that like button helps tremendously as well. If you want to go above and beyond, though, there are 3 things you can do. You can either become a channel member. You get to support me directly. In return, you get access to exclusive members-only content that releases every Saturday. If you are already a channel member, you can consider gifting channel memberships. This is something we've continued to do on the channel. It helps support me directly, but it also helps support the community, and, you know, giving them a gifted membership, people very much appreciate that. And if you don't want to do either of those things, you can also consider donating a super chat. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, whatever it is, and that helps support me directly as well. So big shout out to everybody who does that. And with that being said, we have RPG88. He decides he wants to gift a membership today. A longtime member, as you can tell by his badge. So RPG88, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you for starting the day off with a membership gift here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me add that to the counter, and we will dive into the first topic. Okay, so I want to talk about why the PS5 is seemingly unstoppable at this point. I'm not saying that any of us necessarily expected the PS5 to just hit a brick wall or suddenly become unsuccessful or stop selling well, but we have data that's coming out for the month of September from the US and from Europe that clearly paints a picture and lets us know, it also lets Sony know, that your console right now is pretty much completely unstoppable. It's not going to slow down even a little bit. And I'm going to go over that data. We have Nas coming in. He follows up RPG88, and he gifts out a membership as well. Nas, dude, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate you guys showing some love here with some memberships. Let me add that to the counter as well. So between RPG88 and Nas, we're sitting at 2 membership gifts. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to read this article for you. This comes from Push Square. I did read this in my video yesterday, but I want to let you guys know about it here. The PS5 console was the best-selling platform in terms of both units purchased and dollar sales in the USA last month, despite the release of Starfield on rival hardware. The Sony system topped the hardware chart on both fronts, with the Xbox Series consoles taking second and the Nintendo Switch in third. Still, the Bethesda RPG was the best-selling game of September 2023, with Mortal Kombat 1 and EA Sports FC 24 taking second and third respectively. The Circana charts are based on dollar sales, so Xbox Game Pass downloads are not counted towards Starfield's chart-topping position. It's now the 7th best-selling game of 2023 overall, and Mortal Kombat 1 in 8th. In terms of other new releases for September, Payday 3 came in 5th, NBA 2K24 took 6th, and The Crew Motorfest lined up in 7th place. And interestingly enough, Lies of P did not make the top 20, which is unfortunate. I think it still did well, though. It sold like 1 million units, I believe. It says here, cash spent on gaming accessories increased last month, fueled by the new PS5 DualSense controller themed around Spider-Man 2. It was the best-selling gaming accessory in September 2023, with consumer spending on gaming controllers up 15% compared to this time last year. And so, yeah, this is some pretty revealing data. There are a couple of things here. The first thing that I want to point out is I am quite surprised, frankly, that the PS5 still managed to come out at the number 1 spot sales-wise for the month of September. I genuinely believed that if there was ever a month where the PS5 would come in second place, or it would be, neck and neck, I really thought it would have been September, because Sony didn't have any major releases for that month, and their competitor, being Microsoft, had the biggest release, possibly one of the biggest releases that they're going to have all generation. And I understand that Starfield, it was never going to be the type of system seller that it could have been if it only released on the Xbox console. But I'm still surprised, man. I really thought that this, I don't know, I thought that this was going to be the month where Microsoft gets that crown. But at least in terms of console sales, it didn't work out that way. I don't know, maybe Phil Spencer, I think he maybe saw this coming, because he did kind of insinuate back in May that, we're not going to, Starfield isn't going to allow us to out console Sony or Nintendo. So I guess maybe he was on the money there, but it is interesting to point out that Starfield seemingly did still sell very well. It's worth noting that Starfield's the leading platform sales-wise was PC, likely Steam, of course. But yeah, it's not, that to me is less surprising, because I did think that, regardless of how accessible Starfield will be through Game Pass, I get this feeling that it's still going to sell really well, that a lot of people are still going to want to buy it. And that seems to be true based on this data. And Mortal Kombat 1 comes in second place here, but there's another piece of information and data here that I want to go over with you. This just came out. It says here, once again from Push Square, the PS5's continued commercial success in Europe has just reached new heights. According to the latest report from Games Industry, Sony's current-gen console is utterly dominant over here, with system sales up a frankly mental, I don't know why they use that terminology, 175% over the same period in 2022. It should be noted that PS5 stock shortages were still a bit of an issue 12 months ago, but overall, the machine was well on the path to stability in terms of production and consumer availability. It sounds like the PS5 is pretty much carrying overall console sales in this entire region, as both Nintendo Switch and Xbox Series figures were down. The Switch was down 28%, Xbox consoles were down 35% respectively over September 2022. Sony's success alone meant that console sales were up overall by 38%. So, wow, this is kind of insane. Like, even for me, I knew the PS5 was doing well. I knew that it had momentum. I knew that it was, again, not going to hit a brick wall and just suddenly become unsuccessful. But between the PS5 taking the number one spot in the US for the month of September 2023, and then in Europe, sales are up nearly 200%. I mean, 175%. Last September, the shortage was nearly over. So this isn't even one of those situations where you can look back at September 2022 and say, oh, well, nobody could get a PS5, and so that's why this number is so high. No, it's really just selling that well. And what's even more shocking to me about this, and just to prove that the I mean, look, I know to some people it may sound like a loaded fanboy statement. I don't think it is, though. The PS5 is truly dominant in Europe. I mean, using the word dominant actually applies here, because it says that console sales overall in Europe were up 38%. And that was single-handedly achieved through the PS5. Both the Xbox Series consoles and the Switch sales were down nearly 30 to 35%. So, it's just so kind of fascinating in a way, where we talk all the time about, well, Sony should do this, and Sony should do that, and Sony should reveal this, and Sony should reveal that, and Sony's making a mistake here, and Sony's making a mistake there. And these are conversations that we always have, and we're going to have. They're natural. It's part of the conversation here. But you cannot argue with the data here, in that we can have our opinions as much as we want, and we can have our stances on things, and other people on the internet can have their opinions. Sony, they're doing more than fine. I mean, they're doing more than fine. And this is before Spider-Man 2 even launches. So I can't even begin to, like, if Sony is putting up numbers like this already, I can't even imagine what the next 2 to 3 months are going to look like for the PS5. I'm sure Sony is feeling pretty good about it. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, they are going to have a crazy holiday season, man. And we have Zen Kenshin. Zen, I could be mistaken, but I feel like this is your first time potentially gifting a membership here. Maybe not. Pretty sure it is. But Ken, thank you so much, man, for continuing the membership train today, keeping it going, following up some other kind of individuals here. So very much appreciate that, bud. Let me add that to the counter here. And let me give you a thank you soundbite for that, bud. So really appreciate that. Christmas numbers might set a lot of records. It's certainly possible. Yeah. It's certainly possible. I mean, we've been talking all about how well Spider-Man 2 is going to sell, how many consoles this game is going to sell, but the thing I really want to focus on here with this topic is pointing out once again that the numbers just simply don't lie. They don't. Headlines, I don't want to say, headlines can lie, but headlines can be, they can be wrong. They can be deceptive, even unknowingly at times. The numbers, this is why no matter what anyone says, you can't really expect Sony, when they're experiencing stuff like this, to just come out and say, you know what? The internet's right. Yeah, Twitter's right. The comment sections are right. The angry live streams are right. We should do something differently. We should. I mean, why would they? Why? And I'm not saying that. I say that from a position where I would like to see Sony do a couple different things. But I'm seeing this data and it's like, well, no wonder why they're not worried about having another showcase. No wonder why they're not worried about showing all these games that they have in development. No wonder why they're not reacting in any way to what Microsoft is doing, because my God, they are utterly dominant with the PS5. Now, that doesn't mean that things can't change. And there are a lot of people right now that firmly believe that things will change, right? There are a lot of people that believe, well, their main competitor not only has Bethesda, but and Activision now. 2024 is about to heat up. Nintendo's going to have a whole new console. Yeah, things could change. I'll be honest, I don't anticipate that Sony's going to remain this dominant going into 2024, or at least later into 2024. They could, but man, it would be shocking because the competition is going to ramp up even further. But you can understand why Sony is maybe, if I had to guess, Sony is not worried. They're just paying attention. They're paying attention to what Nintendo's doing, to what Microsoft's doing, just to be ready. But man, you can tell why they are not worried. Again, the PS5, I don't know how it did it, man. I don't know how the PS5 comes out on top when Starfield releases and it doesn't release on that console, but it releases on the competitor's console exclusively. How does that happen? And the competitor has the cheaper console. How does that happen? That is insane. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic about it. I'm genuinely trying to figure out, how does that happen? Because that either that means one of two things. Either the hype was not nearly as great for this game as we thought, as in it wasn't going to really do nearly as much as we thought and for console units, or it just means the hype for the PS5 and the interest in it is just that high. Where it's like even a game like Starfield isn't going to stop this console from being number one. That's crazy. Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. He says, if you have time for Lies of P, you have to finish Sekiro. It is far superior. Yeah, I'll have to see about that. At this point, it's up in the air if I'm going to get to any of these games. Lies of P, Sekiro, getting back to Lords of the Fallen if they fix it. It'll it'll be difficult for me because I'm going to be playing Spider-Man 2 and Alan Wake 2 back to back. And I don't know. I have no idea when I'm going to be finished with either of those games. So if I do, I'll certainly let you guys know. I mean, maybe in December there could be like a window where it's like, oh, I finished these games up. I'm looking for something to play. We'll see. Genius Minds Group says MBG, that happens because the name Sony is like the Jordan brand. So what you're saying makes no sense. Well, I mean that's a possibility, yeah. But even if that is the truth, which I think that is part of the truth, I don't think it's that simple. Like I'll put it to you this way: I don't think people just buy the PS5 because of the brand name. I think the brand name goes a long way. Yes, like I think there is a lot of brand loyalty, but I think there has to be more than that there for most people to go out and buy this console. And that's where you kind of, I mean, look, I know people are like, oh, a lot of these people buying PS5s, they play, they just play Call of Duty, or they play FIFA, or they play Fortnite or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but what does that matter? Like, what does that matter? As long as these games are available for them to play, I don't know where that argument's supposed to lead, because it doesn't, again, no matter what the reason is. And that's the thing, is like, I don't know that I care what the reason is. Could be brand loyalty, could be something else entirely. All I know is that the numbers tell you it tells you all you need to know. It answers your question. Hey, here's my opinion, and I'm just part of my opinion. Sony, from what I can tell, based off of the way people on the internet are reacting, based off of the comments I'm reading, based off of some of the takes I'm seeing on Twitter, Sony seems to be messing up, right? People are seemingly frustrated, and there's a lot of negativity. It's not good. I think Sony should be worried, right? There's an opinion. Data comes out. PS5 absolutely obliterates. It's untouchable right now. The PS5 is just untouchable right now. It's unstoppable. It's like, didn't really, I don't know. You would just think that as this just continues to go on and on and on, the negative PR, the raising of the prices, the whole thing, you would think that there would be some kind of tangible impact, some kind of data that comes out that says, oh, Sony's starting to hurt. They're starting to feel it. It's the literal opposite. Sony's doing better and better and better. It just won't stop. This is why I just can't it's hard for me to even continue to say things like, Sony, you should do this, because it's like, Sony, you probably shouldn't listen to a word I'm saying, because you clearly know what you're doing. You know how to run your business. You know how to run it well. You know how to sell your console. So when I say, Sony, you need to have another showcase, I mean, they're probably looking over at, well, how did our console perform in the month of September when our competitor was releasing their big exclusive game? We came out number one? Huh. So why should we do a showcase again? So I'm not saying I want to see Sony start to fail necessarily, right? I don't want to see that, but I don't know, man. I'm genuinely surprised. I know some people might not believe it, but I'm genuinely surprised, because I actually thought that Starfield was going to be the thing that kind of nudges Sony a little bit, that gets Sony a little bit more uncomfortable, where it's like, hey, see, look at what Microsoft is making some moves now, and they might affect your bottom line, Sony. You're out here announcing price increases. Your competition's releasing Starfield. Let's see. And then I thought at the very least things would be more neck and neck. But Sony is just running with it, man. They're just running with it. And, good for them. Good for the PS5, of course. But, man, I guess it just kind of begs the question, like, what's it going to take? Is it really I think it might actually take the next generation. Like if Sony is ever going to feel the pressure of like, okay, now we really have to change something up here, it might not occur until next generation, because I think this generation is done. I think that's obvious in terms of the console anyway. Like the PS5 is, again, it's just a freight train and it's barreling down, man. Nas with a super chat as well. He says, I truly believe the PS5 is so successful because it's from the momentum from the PS4. I mean, that's a massive part of it. No doubt about it. No doubt. And you could be right in the sense that if you think about it, starting with Spider-Man 2, this is seemingly when Sony's getting ready to leave the PS4 behind, right? This is when they're getting ready to leave the PS4 behind. So with that in mind, it could be that now this is when people who are sticking to their PS4 are like, okay, well, I guess I'll go buy a PS5 now. And they might be doing that for multiple reasons. They might be doing that just because the PlayStation ecosystem is what they know and what they're familiar with. So, you know, the brand recognition is there, like we talked about. It could be because of digital games. Maybe they have a digital library and they know that the PS5's backwards compatibility. Or it could just be because, I don't know, they like some of the games that Sony has coming. I'm sure it's a combination of all these things, but I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like if the PS5 was this successful just based off of like inertia, just based off of the momentum from coming off the PS4, I feel like by now it should have showed at least a few signs of slowing down. Just a little bit. I'm not hitting a brick wall, not failing, but just slowing down a little bit. But instead it's actually the opposite, right? It's like, it's not slowing down, it's speeding up. It's like the PS5 seems like at the rate it's going to overtake the PS4. And that, to me, that's not just momentum from the PS4 doing that at that point. That's something more than that. And that's what's surprising to me, because I would have thought that the PS5 at the very least would have been as successful as the PS4. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I thought it would have taken more, frankly. I thought it would have taken more for Sony, for the PS5 to kind of reach this type of momentum, but I guess I'm wrong. So thank you for that, Nas. We have Mamaru, a member for 5 months. He says, thanks for being such a great creator, MBG. Imagine next year when the Switch 2 and the PS5 Pro dominate everything. I mean, well, first off, thank you for that, bud. I'm glad you enjoy the content. It is going to be really interesting, certainly, to see how the dynamic between the Nintendo Switch 2 and the PS5 Pro, how that shifts the console landscape. It's going to be fascinating to watch, man, because I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as some people believe. It could be, but I don't know, man. But Mamaru, I appreciate that, bud. Thank you for being a member. We have Michael Lynch saying "Rip" to Paulie from Rocky. Oh, I didn't even know about this. I don't know the name of the actor who played him, but did he just recently pass away? I can only assume that's what this is referring to, Michael. But yes, "Rip" if true. Good actor, played a great role. Memorable role for sure. But thank you for the super chat, Michael. We have Cypherpunk saying, dude, why cry about how bad things are for Sony in your other vids? So there's like a question you're asking, why cry about how bad things are for Sony in your other vids? Well, if I'm understanding what you're saying, what you're asking, it sounds to me like you're asking me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you're asking me if Sony's doing this well, if the PS5 is doing this well, why am I complaining or being critical of Sony in other streams or other videos that I'm creating? Again, that's my interpretation of what you're saying here. And the answer to that is simply because, Sony can be doing well for many different reasons. They can be doing better than ever. PlayStation can be doing better than ever, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to have my own critiques and my own criticism of some of the decisions they're making. I know that there are people out there who believe that I will just show support for everything PlayStation does just because it's PlayStation, right? That as long as Sony is behind it and PlayStation is behind it, I'll say that's A-okay, and that gets a thumbs up from me. That's not true. There are certainly things that Sony does and is doing that it doesn't get a thumbs up for me. It doesn't necessarily always get a thumbs down either. Sometimes it just turns out that I'm like, well, okay, I'm kind of indifferent to it. But lately, there have been things that I do find questionable, right? Things that I do feel are worth pointing out. And I understand that during those times, there are going to be other people out there that are expressing a similar sentiment in a very dramatic way, in a very over-the-top way, and sometimes in just a straight-up hateful way, and that's fine. But, you know, I wouldn't be able, even if I wanted to try to do it, I simply would not be able to just look at Sony PlayStation and say, well, if they're doing well financially, then everything's fine. Even if that's what I wanted to do. And frankly, there are times where it seems like, you know, with the way the internet is these days, it's all about picking your sides. Sometimes it does feel like, man, it would just be easier to do that. You know, it would, but that's not me. You know, that's not how I honestly feel. And if I'm not being honest, well, what's the point? What's the point, you know? So there are many things that Sony does that I do like, that I am in agreement with, that I do praise them for, but there are just, I don't want to say just as many, but there are some things for sure, especially lately, that they do that I'm questioning, and it's not exciting. You know, it's not, I don't enjoy it. Of course, as a fan of PlayStation, I don't want to, I don't look forward to being critical of Sony, because they do, again, a lot of things right. And it's like, you know, I don't want to see them screw up potentially, or get in their own way, or make things worse for the consumer side of things, right? But hopefully, again, Cyberpunk, or Cypherpunk, hopefully I'm understanding what you're saying here correctly. And hopefully that answers that. But I appreciate the super chat nonetheless, man. And it looks like it's your first time super chatting as well, so appreciate that. We have Zombie Dragon, a member for 5 months. Appreciate that support, buddy. You're saying Baldur's Gate 3 released, and on top of that, Spider-Man 2 is about to release. And after that, you got Held Diverse. And after that, I don't know. I read it word for it. Held. You have Held Diverse. It's so weird because as I read that, I'm like, oh, you meant Helldivers. But I read word for word what you said, Held Diverse. I'm looking forward to Held Diverse 2. It's gonna be a great game. I'm sorry, Zombie Dragon. I was just very confused for a moment there. But yes, you're saying after that we have Helldivers 2, and then after that Final Fantasy. That's what I've been trying to explain to people, man. I've been trying to explain to people that for as much as we want Sony to start revealing some new games, it would be unwise to ignore what we have in front of us, right? What is coming not just this month, but over the next 4 to 5 months. It's looking pretty damn good, in my opinion. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I mean, you got Spider-Man 2, you got Helldivers 2, and you got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They're all vastly different games, checking off a lot of different boxes. As far as I can tell, there's a little something there for everybody, right? So, you know, if this means that Sony will be able to allow their development teams to take even more time to just focus on development and refining, and they'll come out maybe, I don't know, maybe April, May, June of next year, and they'll do another showcase, that's fine. Because assuming none of these games get delayed, as I've said, we're eating pretty good. At least I think so. So I appreciate that, Zombie Dragon. We also have Josh Z, a longtime member, 42 months. Dude, big shout out to you, Josh. I really appreciate that kind of support, man. Very much. You're saying here, LOL, Xbox can't even keep up with the Switch, an 8-year-old console that just was up year to year in Japan. As for the PS5, I think it's dominating because of the new features and suite of accessories. PS5 is its own brand. Yeah, that is kind of crazy as well, Josh. I didn't even think about that. That the Xbox console is struggling to even keep up with the Switch, knowing that the Switch is on its way out because they're getting a whole new next gen console. That is kind of sad to see, man. And I don't mean that in a fanboy way. I mean that genuinely because, like, I know. Look, I know that there are people who still kind of dump on Microsoft for the struggles they're having with the console, and I get it, but it's getting so bad that I'm like, the last thing I want to see is Microsoft just straight up pull out of the console market, because I think that would be, at that point, the only chance of competition for Sony in the console space would be the Switch 2. And I think that could be a viable competitor. And if the Switch 2 is a viable competitor, then there's an argument to be made, how necessary is it for Microsoft to truly compete in the console space at that point. But it would just be a sad day if Microsoft ever came out and they were like, look, we can no longer justify selling Xbox consoles. We just can't. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think they're going to have one more big push with the next generation now that they're going to have Activision and Bethesda. But I don't know, man. It is kind of insane to see that, dude, they're struggling to even keep up with, like you said, this 8-year-old console that's on its way out. You're saying the PS5, you think the PS5 is dominating because of the new features and suite of accessories. I mean, people obviously are going to have their opinions of all the things that Sony has done with the PS5 thus far, but there's no denying that they've been aggressively supporting it with many different things. They've had obviously exclusive games, but on top of that, they have an insane amount of hardware that they're releasing. They're going crazy with the accessibility stuff. They're on point with their updates. I mean, they're really, like you said, man, they're just kind of, they're really well-rounded in their approach to supporting the PS5. And I think I think seeing the data, it kind of reflects that, right? And it proves that. So I think, again, as I said earlier, I think that there are a myriad of reasons why the PS5 is doing this well. But Josh, what you're saying here is absolutely one of those reasons, no doubt about it. We have Neutral Zone, member for 5 months, which I appreciate, bud. You're saying Xbox fucked up last gen and Sony did great. That is the biggest reason Sony is selling a lot more consoles, because look at this year, only Spider-Man 2. I mean, yeah, there's nothing untrue about what you're saying. There's nothing untrue about what you're saying, but I will add this to it. The only while there isn't anything untrue about what you're saying, Neutral Zone, I think there is something that is missing. It is true that Xbox screwed up royally last generation, and that is still helping PlayStation today, and it helped the PS5 since it launched. And it is true that for 2023, the only major first-party release we have from Sony is Spider-Man 2. It's definitely a weaker year, no doubt about that. But we also have to keep in mind that Sony has been doing a phenomenal job, in my opinion, but I think most people would agree, in since they launched the PS5, making sure they have games releasing consistently. I would argue that 2023 is really the only year thus far with this generation where that fell off a little bit, where it hasn't been as consistent. And I know that almost all of these games were available on PS4 as well, but still, I don't think that stopped people's excitement when it comes to embracing these games being available on the PS5 from Sony. So this is where I said, this is why I said I think it is many different things. I think it is Sony making sure they have a consistent pipeline of games, at least for the first 2.5 years, 3 years of this console being out. I think it's that combined with Xbox messed up last generation so badly that they're still trying to recover today, and many other things. So it's kind of interesting because as we go deeper into this conversation, I see more of you guys pointing out these different things and highlighting and underlining these different reasons. And that's the thing. I just think that they all kind of come together And they are, what we are seeing here is the result of all of these different reasons coming together. Like, I don't think it's just one or two specific reasons. So I appreciate that, Neutral Zone. We have Alan L. Gould, a member for 4 months. Appreciate that. You're saying PlayStation are selling very well because of the players. Do you know how many players are playing GTA 5 on PS4? The same players will buy PS5 for GTA 6. Yeah. I mean, again, it's just so funny to me how we keep bringing up this Phil Spencer interview that he conducted in May of this year, but it's because so many of the things he said, looking back on it, it was actually kind of insane how candid he was, where he was just saying things that you would frankly never expect an executive to say in his position. And one of the things he said is that, yeah, we lost the most important generation there was to lose, the digital generation. And getting people roped into that, once we lost them in the console ecosystem, we knew that there was probably no getting them back. And what you're describing here is a prime example of that, right? Like, people bought PS4s for GTA 5. I mean, there was even a PS4 GTA 5 bundle. They get invested in GTA Online. And granted, I think GTA 6, I could be wrong. I don't know that there's any confirmation of this. I think GTA 6 is going to have its own updated online mode for GTA Online, like GTA Online 2. I'm not sure. But even if it does, and you're starting with a clean slate, those people are going to feel just naturally inclined, because it's just the easier, more natural path to, okay, yeah, I'm going to go to the PS5 now for GTA 6. They could go to Xbox, but this is where I talk to you guys about, if Sony strikes a marketing deal with GTA 6 and they have the marketing rights for GTA 6, oh yeah. Oh man. That's overkill at this point when it comes to the ensuring the PS5 success. No doubt about it. So you're not wrong, Alan L. Gould. You're not wrong. And we have a Nemesis with a $5 super chat, which thank you so much for that, Nemesis. You're saying PS5 had a great first 3 years. I think all the exclusives we gotten since launch. There's 10 plus great games. PS4 just got the ball rolling. Well, yeah, that's another thing too. I'm in agreement. I've actually really enjoyed the PS5 generation so far. I've had my problems, as I've said, and one of the problems I still do have is I would like to see a change in Sony's communication. I think there's plenty of time for them to do that. And I think they will do. I think there is going to be improvement in Sony's communication. But at the end of the day, Sony, they have not, in my opinion, screwed up that badly. Nowhere near as bad as some people, I think, make it sound. I see these comments from people all the time, where they really seem very disillusioned with Sony and PlayStation, and they feel like you could tell like it kind of comes from a place of care, because they have this attitude where they're just upset a little bit. And I get that. Like, I think that's normal and that's natural. You maybe you grew up with PlayStation, and even if the PS4 generation was your first gen with the PS brand, it's tough to just see certain things kind of change and shift, but that's the natural way of things. But I don't know, man. I guess it all comes down to expectation, truthfully. It's all about the expectation. And my expectation going into the PS5 gen, well, this is what it was. I wanted a really powerful, competent console that felt like a genuine upgrade, like a very, very significant upgrade from the PS4. And that's exactly what the PS5 is. We take a lot of things for granted now that the PS5 offers, like the instantaneous load times, the haptic feedback, all the 3D audio, all these different things, just the snappiness of the UI. Especially the upgrade to the PlayStation Store and how fast that functions now, how quick it is. The fact that the PS5 is silent, doesn't sound like a jet engine taking off. And obviously 60 FPS, better graphics, get more options. These are all things that to me felt like, wow, that, this is exactly what I had hoped for. This is exactly what I wanted. And on top of that, there's an expectation of, I expect there to be some games. And considering Sony's reputation and the games I played on the PS4, I'm expecting them to be pretty damn good games at that. And we got that. We got that. And we got more than that, frankly. But I think the big thing with Sony is that none of this comes cheap. And I understand that. And I don't fault anybody for saying, maybe video games are too expensive of a hobby for you, or, you just can't, you can't justify paying $70 for a video game. I get it. I understand that. But I just think that all of these things were going to come with a price. They were going to cost something, and I was ready for that as well, and I expected that. And as long as I felt like Sony delivered, I would have no problem paying that. And that's what I did. And so I'm still doing that now. 3 years into the generation, we're going to be entering the 4th year soon. And it's still pretty great, man. Like, my hype and excitement is genuine for Spider-Man 2. I'm genuine. Like, I mean, we're less than 12 hours away at this point, man. I'm excited. I don't know if I'm going to be playing it at midnight, but first thing tomorrow, dude, I'm playing it, and I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. It's been a long time coming. And so, that's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. It's easy to get kind of wrapped up in these other conversations at times. And, it happens. It does. Conversations that are maybe not really that relevant at the end of the day to the experience that is, I'm playing video games on my PS5, or I'm just looking to play video games in general. But I'm in agreement with you, Nemesis. I've enjoyed the PS5 so far, and I've enjoyed what PlayStation has done. I understand that not every, it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. Do we need a roadmap? Yeah. Do I feel confident that we won't get a roadmap? No, not at all. I feel very confident that we will get a roadmap. I feel very confident that we're going to get more of what we like, and that's going to continue throughout this entire generation. Absolutely. I mean, some people might say that's overconfident. Some people might say that that's naive, but I just say that that's the writing on the wall, man. Like, why wouldn't Sony do that? What evidence is there to convince you that that's not what they're going to do? You know what I mean? So Nemesis, I appreciate that super chat, buddy. I have another $5 super chat from Kilver, which I very much appreciate. You're saying, I think Microsoft will start doing Activision exclusive games / deals, but only for next generation. I think it's too late to start doing it this gen. Well, first off, I guess one thing that is worth mentioning here is there won't be any deals, because that's not, they own them now. It's, if Microsoft decides they want to make any type of content exclusive, it's not a deal. That's just a decision they're making. What I anticipate with Activision Blizzard is this. I anticipate that every game that's going to release outside of Call of Duty will be exclusive to Xbox or the Microsoft ecosystem. That's my expectation. I think Call of Duty will obviously remain multi-platform for 10 years, but I wouldn't be shocked if it stays multi-platform once that 10-year deal is up. You're saying, MBG, not if there's existing contracts. I mean, there could be existing contracts, but I feel like that's unlikely. I feel like that's very unlikely. The only contract I feel we know of right now is with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and that's the last. This is the last year. It actually lines up perfectly. This is the last year that Sony has the rights. Sorry, guys, I have to. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, I think this is the last year that they have that. That deal for early access to the betas, any type of exclusive content for Call of Duty, an exclusive operator. This is the last year, and Microsoft doesn't seem to have any intention of doing that. But when it comes to everything outside of Call of Duty, I think there's every reason to believe that any future Activision Blizzard game is going to skip PlayStation. It's not going to be available on PlayStation. There's no proof, there's no evidence right now to suggest otherwise. And so, Kilver, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think you're right. I do think you're right. I think that Microsoft is just going to do what's been working for them, or what seems to be working for them. Yeah, that would suck, in my opinion, but it would definitely get me to buy an Xbox if they bring back Guitar Hero and it is exclusive. Yeah, I would definitely buy an Xbox for that. I would cave. I would cave pretty quickly too. I love Guitar Hero. But to wrap up this topic so I can move on to the next one, my final thoughts on this are, I am surprised to see the PS5 doing this well. It's not just doing good. It's not even just doing great. It is doing phenomenal. It really is. And this is, again, before Spider-Man 2 launches. So I'm happy for it. I'm obviously happy to see the PS5 console doing well. And I do have to, I will leave with this last question. Maybe it's not so much a question, but maybe a statement. I think no matter how well the PlayStation 5 does sales-wise, Sony is obviously in a position right now, or maybe not in this exact moment, but will be in a position in the next 6 months, 5 to 6 months. Sony will be in a position where they have zero roadmap. There are no announcements. There are no games coming with any type of release dates or anything. The more I think about it, and the more I see this data come in, the more it confirms to me that, yeah, Sony's absolutely just been sitting back and waiting. 100%. Because when you consider what's coming next year, when you consider Microsoft says we're not going to start putting Activision Blizzard games onto Game Pass until 2024, when you consider Nintendo says we're not going to reveal the next generation Nintendo Switch until 2024, I guess what Sony says is we're going to save all of our big announcements for 2024 as well, because that's when we're likely going to need them. That's my statement, I guess. That's my take here, because, I mean, God, it's just, what's that? The PS5 is still doing insane, 175% better than last year. Sheesh. All right, we're going to move on to the next set of topics, though, which is about acquisitions. Okay, so I have another article here from Push Square. The title reads, PlayStation allegedly under pressure to make major gaming acquisitions. Analysts believe PlayStation is under pressure to make major gaming acquisitions following Microsoft's successful purchase of Activision Blizzard earlier this month. Multiple industry experts spoke with GamesIndustry.biz and concurred the Japanese giant needs to make a purchase that would, quote, move the needle for them in a meaningful way, end quote. Sony has seen 2 large publishers potentially removed from its platforms this generation alone, although recent commentary from Xbox boss Phil Spencer suggests Activision Blizzard's catalog may not be excluded from its consoles entirely. Quote, whether you play on Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, or mobile, you are welcome here and will remain welcome, even if Xbox isn't where you play your favorite franchise, end quote. That's a Phil Spencer quote, by the way. PlayStation has been locking down longtime partners like Bluepoint and Housemarque in recent years, but the sheer scale of Microsoft's spending has quite literally changed the game. The challenge for Sony is whether it has pockets deep enough to compete on this kind of level. And if it doesn't, how does it intend to retain its industry-leading position against a competitor hell-bent on buying up as much of the industry as the regulators will allow? So yeah, it's not just one analyst, it's multiple industry analysts saying that they believe the next step for Sony is to buy a major publisher of their own. They believe that Sony is currently being pressured to do this by shareholders, potentially board members, the whole thing. Planet Schlorpian with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that, buddy. You're saying Starfield is dead after a month, but Spider-Man 2 reviews in the low 90s. Haha, Phil Spencer. Well, we'll see. Listen, Planet Schlorpian, we're going to see what happens in the long run with Starfield. I've talked about Starfield enough on the channel. Starfield, in my opinion, did what it needed to do, and we learned that through the data. It sold well. Now you're saying it's dead after a month. I mean, it'll probably be supported for a long time. I did see somebody, they left a comment and they were like, there's going to be mod support for Starfield for years to come. And I feel like that's kind of the natural trajectory of these bigger Bethesda games where they are played for a long time and it is kept alive by the modding community. And I don't think Starfield's going to be any different, but I do understand what you're saying, Planet Schlorpian. It's, there was never, we were never going to see a situation where Starfield came out and did really well at the expense of Spider-Man 2, vice versa. I think that's where a lot of this confusion lies with people and these conversations is everybody was always, not everybody, but so many people were speaking as if Starfield does great, good luck, Spider-Man. I assure you, Spider-Man is going to do just fine regardless of whether Starfield is the best-selling game of all time or not. And Starfield is going to do exactly what it's supposed to do regardless of what Spider-Man does. And that's where it kind of comes back down to the simple question, should games like Spider-Man 2 and Starfield be compared? The answer is no, they shouldn't. Will they be compared anyway? Probably. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't. Spider-Man 2, as far as I can tell, is doing exactly what it needs to. Spider-Man 2 was always going to do this, whether or not Starfield came out or existed or was an Xbox exclusive or not. Insomniac did not develop Spider-Man 2 with Starfield in mind. And because of that, I think players should not have Starfield in mind when they are playing Spider-Man 2. And the same exact thing goes for Starfield. And, I get it. Sometimes it's really hard to not try to mix these things sometimes because of all the conversations that happen online. Even I do it sometimes occasionally. I fall into that trap. But when you take a step back and you realize that Spider-Man 2, it stands on its own. It doesn't need to be compared to anything. I mean, I saw people comparing it to the Arkham games, and I get that. That's a natural thing. They're both top-tier superhero games. Of course, people are going to want to compare. The only thing that I think Spider-Man 2 should be compared to, truthfully, is Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales. That's it. Because it stands alone. It stands on its own. It doesn't... Is it a superhero game? Yes. Is the Batman Arkham series, are they superhero games? Yes, but they're still very different in very different ways. They're two completely different heroes. They're set in different worlds. They have different characters, different stories, different parameters. So I get it, man. I do. It's like I said, it's difficult to walk away from many of these conversations when they're seemingly everywhere. But like I said, if you're going to enjoy Spider-Man 2 and you're going to play it, that's all that's the only thing you should be focusing on. But I did see, though, really quickly, I'm going to check. I did see that Spider-Man 2 dropped to a 90 for a little bit. Did it come? Now it's back at a 91. Interesting. So now it's sitting at 130 critic reviews, still at a 91. And you know what the craziest thing to me is about Spider-Man 2's reviews? I'm looking at it now. There's still not a single mixed or negative review. Not a single mixed or negative review. That's impressive. That's impressive. Andreas, you're saying get out of the tunnel, MBG? What do I don't know. I don't know what that means, man. You have to explain that one to me. But Planet Schlorpian, I do appreciate the super chat, buddy. But let's talk about acquisitions. As we established, multiple industry analysts believe that Sony's their next move, or not their next move, but one of their next moves is going to have to be a major acquisition. That's something that they're going to have to pursue. And I want to dive deep into this conversation because I have a feeling this is a conversation that's going to persist for a long time. I do. I feel like this is a conversation that is going to happen all throughout the remainder of this year and next year and possibly beyond that. Corey Landiga. Sorry, man. I just noticed. I didn't know you were here. When did you join? Maybe you joined momentarily or a couple moments ago. But Corey Landiga comes in and he gifts 5 memberships. Corey, dude, thank you so much, man. Corey, the legend. He's continuing to do it, man. He always does. I appreciate that. W's in the chat for Corey, the GOAT.
Thank you.
Good stuff, man. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Corey brings us up to 8 members on the day. Good stuff, dude. Thank you so much. I know I keep saying thank you, but Corey, it's hard not to because you show so much support for the channel, and it goes such a long way. So very much appreciated, bud. Let me see here. I also have a super chat here from Josh. He says, the other day when I said people got to chill, I meant they got to chill with the Doom and Gloom on the Sony /PS5, not about wanting a showcase. I'd fight for one. Yeah, I hear you. No, I get what you're saying, Josh. These conversations can be quite frustrating at certain times because it's easy to go overboard. It is. These conversations are more nuanced than a lot of people want to believe. And because of that, people very easily take it really far in one direction. Again, I'm guilty of this at times. I'm trying to improve on that. And we have Shadow Gamer 24. Shadow Gamer 24 comes in and also drops 5 membership gifts following up Corey Landiga's 5, pretty much making for a 10 bomb, 10 memberships gifted, thus bringing us up to 13 members on the day so far. So thank you guys for keeping the membership train going. Thank you for the continued support, Shadow Gamer. It's very much appreciated, dude. Let me give you a Venom here. I got to give you a Venom because, Spider-Man, right? Devil Shooter suggested that I use a new soundbite for Venom in the launch trailer. He says the line, will you join us? Or something like that. And I was going to use that, but I might have to wait until the game is actually out though, because when I was trying to extract that audio, the music is really loud in the background, and when I cut it up and edit it, it sounds really bizarre. Like it cuts off at the weirdest time. So, Devil, I'm in 100% agreement that is a perfect thing to use on the channel, but I think I will have to wait until I actually can, like, the game is out and I can see if this audio of Venom saying this, if it still has that music in the background or not. I even tried to like remove the background noise to just isolate him saying that, but no matter what I did, it wouldn't work. So, but yeah, we'll see, Devil. It's a really good suggestion because that line fits perfectly. But Josh, getting back to what you're saying, man, I do think some people should chill on how badly they feel about PlayStation, because it's really not as bad as some people make it sound. But I think the problem is sometimes when people hear that, they hear, oh, you should chill out a little bit. We need. Some people take that as, oh, so you're just a fanboy, right? So you're just okay with everything Sony does. It's like, no. And that's why I'm trying to say that it's important to understand that there is more to these conversations. It's not just a single layer. There can be multiple things that are true at one time. And I just think more people need to have that open-mindedness to be able to realize that that's just the way it is with all things, right? Like, I understand that for a lot of people, it's easier to just try to simplify and isolate something and condense something. And it's like, no, it's just this. It's easier to handle. It's less the process. I get it. But I think in reality, everybody is at least somewhat aware that there's probably more to it. And talking about PlayStation and Sony in depth, talking about the gaming industry in depth, it's no different. It's no different. So, Josh, I'll also just read your follow-up super chat here, which I very much appreciate, man. Thank you for the super chats, bud. You're saying, I can't get with the notion that the PS5 is having a lackluster year. This is one of the best years in gaming, with Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy 16 playing a big role, along with all the third-party games. PS5 players didn't lose. You're not wrong. Josh, you're not wrong. I mean, a lot of times with these conversations, when people have them, and I do this too, we talk as if third-party games don't mean anything, as if they don't count when we talk about how was this year for PlayStation, how was this year for PS5 players. But the reality is they absolutely do count. They absolutely do count, and they mean a lot, because the exclusives are obviously critical, right? Like the games that you can only get on that, you might be missing out on a lot. And when you say that PS5 players didn't lose, I think you're right. I think you're right because, well, let's see, what wasn't available on PlayStation 5? Nintendo exclusives. Okay, well, that's a given. Obviously. Okay, well, maybe a couple Microsoft games as well. What about like Hi-Fi Rush, Starfield, Forza? I guess Redfall, if we want to count that. But that's not really I don't consider that losing out either, because if anything, it's just, well, okay, Microsoft is doing what they have always done as well, where it's like now they have some exclusives. So you have 3 platform holders, and you expect all 3 of those platform holders to have some type of exclusive content, some type of exclusive games. And they all have. They all have. But I guess when you bring this up, Josh, that is kind of the first thing that comes to mind. I think if PS5 players were losing out on major third-party releases like Hogwarts Legacy, Dead Space Remake, RE4 Remake, Alan Wake 2, and just plenty of others, yeah, I would say, wow, it really feels like PlayStation players might be losing here. But, you have access to that. That's why a lot of people talk about PC. And I kind of get it. Where like people say, I'm going to go to PC because I can get everything there. Pretty sure Nintendo doesn't release anything on PC. So I don't know that you're getting everything. But I can get Xbox games, I can get PlayStation games, and that's true, but it's not that simple. You know what I mean? Right now, here's the point. There's nowhere you can go. There's no gaming platform you can go to, no single gaming platform you can go to where you can get everything. You're always going to be missing something. Or you'll be super late to something. And so I think, when you're saying you can't agree that this was a lackluster year, I'll tell you what, Spider-Man 2 is about to, it's about to clean up, man. It really is. Spider-Man 2 is about to clean up good. And I assure you, after Spider-Man 2 is out on the market for like a month, we're going to learn real quick why Sony was okay putting everything on the shoulders of this game. And again, I'm not saying it's ideal. Like, here's what I'll say to you, Josh. I agree that this was not a lackluster year. I do not think this was a lackluster year for PlayStation. I had a great time this year, frankly. But I think it wasn't an ideal year either. You see how I said earlier that two things can be true at the same time? We don't always just have to exist in extremes. So I'm really interested to see what 2024 looks like, because I don't imagine 2024 is going to play out the same way that 2023 played out. I frankly believe that 2024 is going to be significantly stronger than this year. And the reason for that is because, dude, look at what we're getting in just the first 2 months of the year. That's the first 2 months of the year. There's 10 more months of who knows what else. So I'm feeling pretty good, man. I am pretty confident, I should say. And we have Hellbound 1981, another legend. Another legend enters, and he drops 5 more membership gifts. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. You are always here. You're always here following up with another 5 memberships gifted. I really appreciate that support, man. So, guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound. He's absolutely a legend here. Appreciate that, bud. Hellbound brings us up to 18. Dude, I'm surprised. We're 18 members. I mean, it's been a slow day, but I'm a little bit behind here. I forgot to update this. That's awesome to see, man. 18 members. So we're almost at the halfway mark when it comes to our membership goal, which I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. You're saying 18 is still good, bro? No, 18's really good. 18's, dude, listen, we've had some crazy days with some crazy membership gifting. Make no mistake, getting 5 memberships gifted is pretty crazy. Anybody who gifts any memberships, I mean, it's a very generous thing that you guys do, and I do not take it for granted. Absolutely not. So anybody who gifts, man, anybody who donates a super chat, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. I do not take that for granted, not one bit. And as I'm saying that, Herpy Derps, another legend. The legends are here today, man. They're here in force. Herpy Derps drops 5 more membership gifts, and he actually brings us up to 23 members, which is fantastic to see. So now we're just 2 members away from actually hitting the halfway point of a very large goal here. So Hellbound and Herpy Derps, thank you guys so much for coming together and basically gifting 10 memberships.
Thank you.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. And let me give you a Jim Ryan. Why not? We're talking about PS5 games, right? I have a super chat from PlayStation Pete, and he says, does Sony need a publisher? Simple question, yet very, relevant question. And he says, Platinum to Hogwarts. That's his 50th Platinum. Congratulations, PlayStation Pete. That's impressive, man. 50 Platinums? That's an impressive number. And that's a good game. That's a good game to make your 50th Platinum as well. I'm sure you'll remember this one, Hogwarts Legacy. Good stuff, dude. Keep it up. Keep it up. I think I'm at 33 Platinums. I should have the Platinum for Mortal Kombat, but they're making me wait for it. So I'm just going to say 34. But I'm trying to make... I think Spider-Man 2 might end up being my 35th Platinum at the rate things are going. And before I read the next super chat, we have DJ Bruntmeyer. DJ, I'm not sure if this is your first time gifting memberships, man. But either way, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for stepping up here and dropping 5 more membership gifts for this community. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for DJ Bruntmeyer. He gets us over the halfway point. He gets us to 28 members on the day. You guys are absolutely on fire today, man. Keeping the membership train going strong. Really do appreciate that, guys. The support is incredible. So shout out to this community, man. Shout out to all these gift givers. DJ Bruntmeyer. Where am I at here? I have a super chat from Jake Skew 27. Thank you for the $5, man. You're saying, I'm at work, so I can't watch. I hope you have a good streaming day. That's very nice of you, Jake. I don't know if you're still here. I'm assuming not. I apologize keeping you waiting. Maybe you'll watch this later. But Jake, I appreciate that, man. That's always a really nice thing to see people doing. I know not everybody can tune into the streams because of the time that I do them. A lot of people are at work or they're busy. But it's always very, very nice to see people just kind of stopping in for a minute and especially just be like, here's a super chat, man. And it's very nice. Appreciate that, bud. And we have Treble Champ with a super chat. And he says, day off for Spider-Man 2? I don't know. It's a good... I guess I didn't think about that. I mean, I'm going to be playing Spider-Man 2 tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to say maybe. That's what I'll say right now. Because if there are enough... if I feel like there's enough there for me to make a news video for you guys tomorrow, I'd definitely do that. I wouldn't mind taking a small break from Spider-Man to do that. I'm going to think about what I'm going to do for my members-only content on Saturday, especially now that Spider-Man's out. And something I would like to release as well, because a lot of you guys have been asking me to do this, is maybe like a impressions video of some kind, or, a early review of Spider-Man or something like that. So maybe that's what I'll do too, but we'll see, man. I know there are certainly plenty of people who, have called out sick from work or taken a couple days off for this game. I apologize, guys. You're probably going to see me drinking a little bit more water than normal, which isn't a bad thing, but I noticed my throat's getting really dry really quickly, like more than normal. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's the weather, or I don't think I'm getting sick. I don't feel sick. So if you see me just taking more water breaks, that's why. But again, big shout out to this community. Thank you guys for all of your continued support. I want to make sure I don't get too far off the topic here, though, because there are some important things I want to discuss with this topic of acquisitions, right? So, all right, Microsoft has successfully purchased 2 major publishers, one of them being a massive publisher in Activision Blizzard. And now all eyes are on Sony. And DJ Bruntmeyer says, I've been a member for a few months now, gifted a few memberships in the past. All right, I appreciate you letting me know that, DJ Bruntmeyer. I try my best to keep track of everybody who gifts, and I know that there are those of you who gift very sporadically. So anytime I'm unsure, I always ask. But I appreciate it, bud. Thank you. Can we have a whole stream of MBG just drinking water? I feel like that'd be a very uninteresting stream. But now all eyes are on Sony, and the question is Sony going to buy a publisher of their own? Should they buy a publisher of their own? Well, what I will say, and I think this is just an objective truth, I think this is a fact, there is now more pressure than ever before on Sony to react to what Microsoft is doing when it comes to acquisitions. I think there was this question, I think, came up with Bethesda. Should Sony react to the Bethesda acquisition? And in a way, they did. Hey, we're buying Bluepoint. Hey, we're buying Housemarque. We're buying Firesprite, right? I mean, more acquisitions than we've ever seen from Sony. So there was definitely a reaction. But then Microsoft ups the ante in a very significant way, and they say, okay, well, we're going to go for Activision Blizzard now. And then they get that after almost 2 long years, they get them. So, and they have Bungie, of course, I forgot to mention that. So naturally, this is going to be a question that's on everyone's mind. And there's no doubt it's something that Sony is having a lot of different conversations about behind closed doors. No doubt about it. Jake Skew27 with another $5 super chat. Very much appreciate that, bud. You're saying, I got lucky that I got tomorrow off for Spider-Man 2. That is lucky, Jake. That is, and Jake, I'm glad you're still here, man. I just realized. Good stuff, man. Enjoy the day off. Enjoy Spider-Man 2. That's I think, yeah, that does line up perfectly. I wonder how many people did get that lucky, right? Where this is one of their most anticipated games of the year. And it just so happens I'm off tomorrow. I'm off on that Friday. So enjoy, man. Enjoy. And Treble Champ with another $2 super chat. He says, one more Spider-Man 2 question. Which visual mode, brother? That's fine, man. Ask as many Spider-Man 2. Ask as many questions as you want. I really don't mind. For me, that is a good question. I'm thinking I'm going to be playing in the performance mode. I do. Because my expectation, and I'm not going to know for sure until I see it on my own screen in front of me. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos. I've seen 4K videos. I watched Digital Foundry's video. But for me, it's really going to come down to I have to see it. I have to see it in front of me first. And Jake, it's all good, man. I appreciate you stopping by, dude. And thank you for the support. For me, I'm thinking performance because that 60 FPS, I just don't see myself playing the game without it. Unless I boot Spider-Man 2 up and I'll check out the fidelity mode, of course. But if I boot Spider-Man 2 up and I don't see a massive difference, where it's like, oh man, this quality mode looks absurdly good. Like this looks insane. Then I'm going to be playing in performance. I know a lot of people are talking about playing it at the 40 FPS. I'll think about that. Because 40 FPS is pretty good too, but I don't know, man. At this point, I'm so used to the 60 FPS mark. I'm not saying I can't play games at 30 FPS anymore. If I had to, I would and I could. But I definitely am used to 60 FPS. Saying 40 and 60 isn't that different. I don't know, man. I feel like I can notice that difference pretty well. I can notice the difference between 30 and 40. Like, yeah, you can feel it, but I don't know, man. That 60 FPS. Have I tried the 40 FPS mode? I think, yeah, I believe I have. I forget which game it was, but I remember I did try out a 40 FPS mode. And I was like, well, the fidelity still is there. And it just felt kind of strange. Was it Ratchet and Clank? I think it may have been Ratchet and Clank that I tried it in. I wish I could remember. But it's like, you can notice a difference. And I did notice a difference. But all it really did was make me feel like, I still prefer that 60. Like that 60 is just the perfect amount of smoothness that I want in a game. But But yeah, it's still it is a great option to have. It is a great option to have, but again, I need to see how big of a difference the game looks in the quality mode versus the performance mode. Because I've played every Insomniac game this generation in performance mode. And, I've experimented with the other modes, of course. I've experimented with 120 FPS. I just felt, frankly, like overkill. But I've always found that the performance mode is the best blend for me, where it retains just enough image quality and detail that I would expect, but it also gets me that 60 that I want. And so right now, that's what I'm leaning towards. And I'll obviously update you guys after I play it myself for a while and experiment with it. All right. And that's it. Yeah, so you guys all have to let me know. Maybe not now. Don't let me know yet, because I see you got. Well, some of you are already telling me. We'll return to this conversation once I give my first impressions of Spider-Man 2, and I'll obviously be chatting with you guys about that, and we could talk all about it. So I appreciate that, Trouble Champ. But getting back to the acquisition talk. All right. So let's dive in. First question. Do we think Sony is going to make a major publisher acquisition? We'll start with that. Well, there's no telling, of course. There's no certainty here. I am leaning towards, I think, yes, they are. I think Sony is feeling the pressure. I think Sony is going to have an interim CEO that absolutely wants to buy a publisher, that being Hiroki Totoki. I think Sony does fear a sense of getting left behind if they don't buy a big publisher. I think Sony also, just from a more, it's still a business-oriented standpoint, but it's maybe a little bit more of an emotional one. I think Sony, and this is just the vibe I get from them, I think they want to steal that spotlight from Microsoft, and give Microsoft as little as they can. Because you could make the argument that, well, Sony is already doing that with Spider-Man 2 right now, and they're going to clean up this holiday, and they could do that with a showcase if they really want to have some big announcements that they've been saving, of course. But I just get this sense that Sony, frankly, is not happy. Like, I think they're happy with their performance, obviously, as we talked about, but I think that they're very unhappy with Microsoft. And I say this from a business standpoint, not like they're raging and they're just going to make all the decisions are just going to be based on getting back at Microsoft. No, but I think that between the pressure they're probably feeling from their shareholders and internally them feeling like, these guys, we thought we defeated them. We thought we beat them, basically, and it was over. They come back with a vengeance, and they attack Sony from an angle that I don't think Sony expected. I don't think anybody expected, frankly. And it's over now. Like to me, that's the thing about my stream. Says there's no data. My stream will end shortly. And now we're back. Okay, it seems like my stream dropped for a moment there. No worries. I saw it. Yeah, I know. You didn't miss anything. I saw it notified on my end, so I basically stopped talking. What happened? It just seems like my connection dropped for approximately 10 seconds and came back. It happens occasionally. I don't know why, but it's okay now. But without getting too distracted here from that. So that's the first question. Do I think Sony is going to pursue a major acquisition? My answer is yes. I do think they will. The second question is, do I think this is a good idea? Do I think this is what Sony should do? My answer to that is my gut tells me no, but my brain is telling me maybe. Maybe. And it's a tough conversation because if Sony announces in the coming months or maybe next year, we're going to acquire Capcom, just as an example. Let's say that actually happens. Somehow, some way, Sony makes that happen. And that announcement takes the gaming industry by storm. There are going to be some mixed feelings. There are going to be feelings of, holy shit, they actually did it. They're not screwing around. They're taking the fight right to Microsoft's door now. But there's also, how much money did Sony spend on this acquisition? They spent $9 billion, $8 billion on Capcom. Wonder what they could have done with that money if they didn't spend it on a publisher. Wonder what they could have done with that money if they poured it into their own studios, into the creation of new studios. These are questions that are going to come up. One of the questions that people will bring up if Sony does acquire a major publisher, so it's bad when Microsoft does it and it's good when Sony does it. I'm gonna make it clear right now, it's not good when anybody does it. Doesn't matter who's doing it, it's not good. Consolidation is not good. It's not going to be good for the gaming industry. It's not going to be good for the gaming industry. But at some point, we have to begin to ask ourselves, okay, well, if consolidation is bad for the gaming industry, if we keep saying it's bad and, we just plant that flag and say, consolidation's bad for the industry, does that mean it's going to stop? Does that mean it's going to change? No, it won't stop and it won't change. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is if the industry does continue to consolidate in the way that it is, eventually everybody is going to have no choice but to just accept that this is the way it is. You can be as mad about it as you want. You can be, and that's what a lot of people told me during the Activision Blizzard acquisition, because I've had my opinions on that. And my opinion for a long time was, I think this is a mistake. I think this is a bad thing. I think this is bad for the industry. It's obviously bad for Sony, but I don't really see how this is a good thing for the industry as a whole. And many people pushed back against my opinion and they said, well, first off, you're wrong, because there are going to be reasons such as Game Pass and it's better for the consumers, better deal for the consumers. That's why it's good. But also that, you can't be mad at Microsoft for just leveraging their strength and making a business move. And, that's the reality of the situation, is that, yeah, it's over. And because of that, one of two things is going to happen. Okay. Either Microsoft is going to say, well, we just got the biggest acquisition in gaming history over the line, and it took 2 years and we're good now. We're not going to be looking to acquire any more publishers, and we're just going to sit back and focus on Game Pass and raking in our money. And then everybody else in the gaming industry is going to say, okay, well, yeah, all right, we'll just leave everyone be now. No more consolidation. No more acquisitions. But let me ask you, does that seem at all like what's going to happen? Like, is there any indication whatsoever that that's the next thing that happens? Well, from my perspective, no, not at all. From my perspective, it seems like quite the opposite. It seems like what's going to happen is everyone is looking at what Microsoft pulled off and they're saying, we got to start making some phone calls. We got to start having some meetings. And we got to start maybe looking at how much we're willing to spend to make our own moves. And I'm not just talking about Sony. You're saying Microsoft started a trend? I do think so, yeah. I think Microsoft is the one that started it, and I'm not going to blame them for it. We're past the point of blame. If I blame Microsoft for starting it, there'll be people coming out and we'll blame Sony for what they did the second. It's like, it's a vicious cycle. Let's just remove that aspect from the conversation because it's not relevant. There's no point in blaming businesses for doing business-like things, for companies behaving like companies. There's no point anymore. If I thought it would lead to something, potentially, maybe, but it's not. And so I think how I would end up feeling if Sony acquired a publisher is simply this. I would be concerned. I would be asking a lot of questions. The biggest question I would be asking is, is this going to hurt you in the long run? Was this too risky? Did you bite off more than you can chew in terms of management? Can you manage this? I mean, I have a lot of confidence and faith in Sony's management, but can you really handle all of this depending on who they would acquire? And the second question would be, what does this mean for PlayStation players, right? I think for Xbox players, it's an easy question to answer. Well, if Microsoft acquires so-and-so, we get it on Game Pass. So, boom, there's your answer. And it's a pretty foolproof answer, right? Like, you can't really argue against that. Like, well, yeah, you're right. For PlayStation players, there are other questions such as, okay, well, are these games going to be exclusive? Are any of these games going to go into PlayStation Plus? And these are questions that simply we have no clue. If Sony were to buy a publisher like Capcom, I have no idea. It's a flip of a coin. Every future Capcom game will be PlayStation exclusive. Every future Capcom game will be multi-plat. One thing I do feel more confident in saying is that if Sony does acquire a publisher, they're not going to be taking their AAA games and dropping them into PlayStation Plus at launch. No, they're not going to do that. I don't think they will anyway. That seems highly unlikely. So those are like the main questions I would be asking. But another aspect to this, and I'm going to read these super chats in just a moment. I just want to make sure I get this complete thought out. Another aspect to this is if Sony does make a major publisher acquisition, it is a situation where I would be able to look at that and say, it's a shame to see this happening to the industry. It's a shame to see just publisher after publisher being gobbled up now. But I would understand why Sony did it. Who couldn't? Who wouldn't understand that? Who would honestly not understand why Sony would decide now to buy a publisher? I mean, don't get me wrong. Of course, there will be people who lash out on Sony for doing that, lash out on PlayStation fans, lash out on me. But realistically, who would be surprised? I wouldn't be. I really wouldn't be, because the more I think about it, the more I realize like Sony is in a prime position to make that move. And the only thing you really have to ask at this point is, what's stopping them? I'm sure there could be a couple things potentially that could pose as roadblocks, but realistically, what's stopping them? I don't think right now anything's stopping them. I mean, The biggest thing that I think would stop Sony from acquiring a publisher at this point is possibly the publishers themselves. I mean, I keep bringing up Capcom. Capcom recently just said that they would not want to be acquired by Microsoft and they would decline. Now, I think people took that as, okay, well, they just don't want to be acquired. Maybe. I mean, could it be a possibility that maybe they'd be more open to being acquired by Sony if approached? Maybe. But it could very well be true that they just don't want to be acquired. CD Projekt Red has made it clear they don't want to be acquired. And so this is a really important thing to point out, that there are plenty of publishers and developers that just simply don't want to be acquired. Now, could that change? Of course. But I think right now that could potentially be, if Sony really did want to pursue this, one of the things that's in their way. Which would be kind of funny in a sense, right? Will Hancock, member for 5 months, he says, we must to stay ahead in... Sorry, I don't know why I'm having such a problem reading this. We must to stay ahead in the revenue. So Will is saying that Sony is going to feel the most pressure in this area. Like, Sony's going to acquire a publisher for this reason alone, for revenue, to be a revenue leader. I think you are right. Well, I do. Because when you think about why Sony is doubling down, not even doubling down, but tripling, quadrupling down, whatever you want to, I mean, it's really on another level. They're going all in with live service. Why did Jim Ryan say they're doing that? Revenue. They want to double their revenue. Double. They want to double their revenue. And they're already a leading revenue driver. And even after this acquisition, Sony still makes the most revenue. Now, I'm not worried about Sony's revenue. But Sony's probably worried about the revenue. Their shareholders are probably worried about the revenue. Their shareholders definitely care if Microsoft suddenly is right behind them in how much revenue they're making in gaming now. So I think you are correct, Will. And that's where you also have to ask the question again. If it's just based around revenue and revenue alone, does that impact if Sony bought a publisher, whether or not they're going to make games exclusive to PlayStation or not? I don't know. Questions we certainly will not have the answers to anytime remotely soon, if these are even questions that are going to exist in the first place. Josh, you're saying, damn, GT7 says it's in the top 20. Game will have legs. Yeah, I did notice that too, Josh. That's I'm not surprised. GT7 to me is a game that's probably going to sell throughout the entire generation. I think people forget Gran Turismo is the highest selling PlayStation game of all time from PlayStation themselves. It's the highest selling PlayStation exclusive series. Pretty sure it is anyway. So yeah, it has legs, Josh. It definitely does. We have Fred Vance, a longtime member for 41 months. I very much appreciate that support, Fred. You're saying people are freaking out over Disney potentially buying EA. If it is okay for one company to buy a publisher, then why should they be against others? Well, I'll tell you why, Fred. That is Game Pass. This is the Game Pass effect. See, the genius of Microsoft's approach to this is they know the type of goodwill their Game Pass model has and continues to have, as long as they continue to believe in it, as long as they continue to make that the priority. And they also know that, look, we buy a publisher, we will be cheered for that because we put their games into Game Pass. They buy a publisher, whether that be Disney, Sony, Nintendo, Valve, whoever it may be, they buy a publisher, they don't put their games into a service like we do. They won't and they can't do what we do. So either way, we still have the people and the people's goodwill on our side. And that is the true genius behind Microsoft's long-term play here. I don't know how many people know this, but there's also another side to it that people should be aware of. And that is, it won't stay that way forever because it can't. It's just not realistic. Microsoft does have a long-term play, but that long-term play does also include making lots of money, as much money as they possibly can. It's just that the way Microsoft views it is, man, it would be a lot easier to extract more money out of the customer and the consumer with less competition. And that's, again, it's the long-term play, and it's a smart one. It's one that has happened in the past with other companies outside of gaming. We've witnessed it, and it's one that has been proven to be incredibly effective at eliminating the competition and making it easier to get all the money you can out of your customers. It can also mean that depending on how little competition there is, you can also, I know it sounds like this does happen on rare occasion, but sometimes prices do actually stay relatively low, even when there's little competition. But that's so rare and unlikely that it's like one of these things where you don't really want to take a chance with that. You don't want to have to put your trust and your faith in a company that, hey, if you're like really the only go-to source, you'll give us a good deal still, right? Like, you won't rip us off, right? And it's like, well, maybe if there's anybody there with ethics, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll keep it fair. But do you really want to take that chance and hope that that's what they end up doing? No, that's why obviously we would prefer competition, of course. But that's another reason. See, this right here is another reason why Sony might be driven to acquire a publisher. Is Sony is not stupid. They know the long-term play Microsoft is trying to pull off. They know what that long-term play is, and they know that it can and likely will work. And they do have to ask themselves, where do we fall? Where do we fall in that, right? Are we outside of that scope? Or do we fall right inside of it? And if so, what needs to happen to stay there, to keep that lead? And it's going to be interesting times ahead, man. It is. But Fred, to get back to what you were saying here, man, that's why people, if Disney had if Disney said we're going to create a gaming service that's going to be a Game Pass competitor and it's going to be called, I don't know, Disney Gaming Plus or whatever, I don't know, just something like that. And they say, so when we buy EA, all EA games are going to go there for $11 a month. And we're going to get a bunch of third-party games too. If Disney did that, people would cheer something like that on. This is the reality of the transformation that is currently taking place in the gaming industry. That's a terrible name. That is a terrible name, but it's the one that just came off the top of my head. It's like Disney actually does that, and that's exactly what they call it. This is the transition we are seeing in the gaming industry, guys. When Microsoft said that we want to be the Netflix of gaming, they weren't kidding. They weren't kidding. Microsoft is convinced, and they were, and they still are, that what happened in movies and TV is going to happen to video games. And they also decided, you know what, maybe we can be the first one there. Netflix was the first one there. And look at them. Look at what Netflix is doing. Netflix is raising prices again, and they're reporting record numbers. or I don't know if it's record numbers. I'd have to double check, but I saw yesterday it was being reported that they're doing really well. Like they've gained a bunch of subscribers back. They removed password sharing, they cracked down on that, and they're still finding immense success. So you see all these people that are like, oh, I'm so tired of them raising the prices. I'm going to unsub. It's like, okay, but they're doing great. I don't think it's fucking worth it. I mean, look, to me, there are some things that release on Netflix throughout the year where like, yeah, I would subscribe for a month to watch this or watch that. But generally speaking, being subscribed to Netflix for those 12 months, a lot of money wasted. Absolutely. For me, a lot of money wasted where it's like, what am I doing here? Like, I think I'd rather actually just pay to, like, if it was like, you just pay $15 this 1 month to stream this one series, that's all I would need. I'm good. And then maybe like 8 months later, I find another one and I'll pay just like another 12 or 15 bucks. Am I subbed to Netflix? I am. I am going to unsub though, because I wanted to watch I just finished it last night, the Fall of the House of Usher. Mike Flanagan, great stuff, man. They get Mike Flanagan to do a yearly series during Halloween. They kills it every time, man. So, but the reality though is that like I also feel that, man, I have to unsubscribe from this because they're just raising the prices and I'm not feeling like I'm getting any value out of it personally, because I look at, like, when I scroll through Netflix, I'm just like, dude, this is I don't know, man. I just don't use it anywhere near enough to justify the amount I pay for it yearly. That's the point. I don't use it anywhere near enough. And I know Netflix produces a ton of original content, but it's not enough to keep me engaged. And you know, that me saying that doesn't make it any less successful. It's clearly doing fine. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that Microsoft is aggressively pushing this. And there is really like a tug of war happening right now where Microsoft, in deciding that we're going to be a loss leader for as long as we have to make this model the new go-to model in this industry, they're willing to be a loss leader doing that because they know if they can establish that foothold, if Microsoft can successfully transition this industry to where it's no longer about buying games, right? It's no longer about paying full price. It's about subscribing, just like it is with TV and movies. They know if they can successfully make that transition, and even if it's a little bit forceful and they're twisting their competitors' arms doing it, their competitors are going to be forced to follow. And who's going to have the lead? Microsoft's going to have the lead by a large margin. By a large margin. I think people also need to realize that another thing about Microsoft acquiring these publishers, and this is another reason why Sony might be sitting there right now saying, I think we might have to try to acquire somebody, is it's not just... Phil Spencer has talked ad nauseum about this isn't about taking content away. And I think it seems like it's kind of bullshit because it's like, well, you still took it away from Sony, right? And it's like, we just read that article where it quoted Phil Spencer. It's like, doesn't matter where you play, if it's Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, blah, blah, blah. Maybe there's some truth to that. But he is not lying when he makes it, like he says, like, we're not doing this to screw over Sony necessarily. And I think a lot of people believe that is why Microsoft is doing this. That's why they're buying these publishers. It's not to stick it to Sony. It's to make sure no one else is ever going to secure any of this content for their subservice. Right now, Microsoft is having their cake and they're eating it too. We won't put Starfield on PlayStation it will be exclusive. Same with all Bethesda games in the future. And it will go on Game Pass. And it will never go on any... Not only will it not go on your consoles, your competitors' consoles, but it won't be on their competing subservice either. Now, the reason why I'm saying I think that might change at least a little bit is because I just don't know how much Microsoft can continue to do that. What I mean is take games away from their competitors and not release them on their competitors' consoles and still try to buy more studios and publishers. They might be able to, but it seems a bit risky at this point. So I think that's just something really important we have to keep in mind, is that this isn't just about exclusivity in the traditional sense of my console has this game and your console doesn't. This is also very much about, if we buy this publisher, no one will be able to take their content and put it on their service and leverage that. I mean, that's a pretty big deal if you think about it. Because, sure, you know, we can continue to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, right? That's not going anywhere. And hell, apparently Sony can even license Call of Duty. They can license it to put it on PlayStation Plus. They can even do that, but how much is that going to cost? And where's that? Who's going to make that money? You see what I'm saying? I don't know how Microsoft is doing it, man, but Microsoft has effectively made themselves, they are behaving like a full-blown publisher would. Like a full-blown third-party publisher. Wow, Leo, okay. You scared me there. They're behaving like a full-blown publisher would while still engaging in some traditional practices. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and why I'm talking so much about what Microsoft is doing is because I do believe this is going to be a major driving force behind Sony's decision-making going forward, whether or not they decide to buy a publisher or forego doing so. That's why I'm mentioning this, because we cannot have this conversation about Sony potentially feeling pressured to acquire a publisher and not talk about all of these different things that Microsoft is doing, because it does absolutely matter to the industry, and it absolutely matters to Sony. And I don't think there's any denying that. But there's still no promise. That's also something that's really important to talk about right now. I'm going to read the rest of these chats. I just want to say this last part. Here's the thing. All right. Capono, you're saying there's just no need for Sony to buy. Well, you know what? Let me read these real quick. Top Shotta with a $5 super chat. He says, if Microsoft had so much difficulty with the FTC and CMA getting their acquisition, why do you think Sony, being the market leader, could do it? They might not. I'm not. That's a whole nother angle that I haven't considered, right? Like, I haven't even thought about that, and I don't know that they could get a major acquisition through. They could have a much harder time. Unfortunately, Sony may have no choice. If they want to buy a publisher, they might have no choice but to wait until Microsoft finds that success. And then Sony can say, well, Microsoft caught up to us now and the playing field is even, so now we're going to make our move, and Sony will have to fight for that. So yeah, you're absolutely correct, Top Shotta. That is a whole nother angle to this that we have to consider. I think right now it just kind of feels like, oh, Sony wouldn't have a problem because Microsoft got it through, right? I mean, they got it through with a major headache, but I don't know. I guess if I had to make an assumption, it would be that Sony would run into some problems, potentially serious ones, and it wouldn't just be a smooth like, yep, we bought these guys and we're finalizing it in a couple of months and boom, now we own them. I don't think it would be that simple. If it's like a bigger acquisition, that is. But I appreciate the super chat, Top Shot, and definitely something we have to consider when we're having this conversation. Sorry, guys, my throat, it's so dry. I don't know why. Fred Vance, appreciate another super chat, bud. You're saying, so fun fact, NBC Universal, Amazon, and Apple has also been reported to have approached EA. Wow. I think I remember reading about that, and geez. Yeah, I don't know, man. EA is a EA. I don't think they're gonna make it, man. And when it comes to like remaining independent in the long run, I don't think they're gonna make it. I think they're gonna end up being acquired by somebody at some point. I do. That'll be an interesting day, man. It'll really come down to who ends up acquiring them. To be clear, I don't think Sony would acquire EA. I would be so... I don't know. I would be so torn if Sony tried to do something like that. Like, I see people mentioning, like, Sony has to acquire Take-Two Interactive and whatnot. Fred, you're also saying, MBG, if Apple gets EA, that will be interesting to see how they handle Microsoft. Well, yeah, I mean, if Apple gets involved, you will see them butting heads with Microsoft, no doubt about that. It would be interesting to see how that would play out. Would be even more interesting is where, like, if Apple does enter the fray, which again I don't think they will, but if they were to, I mean, you really have to, or even Amazon or Netflix, right? If they were to enter if any of these major companies were to enter the fray in a significant way, you really have to wonder, like, how is this going to impact Sony and Nintendo? Like, at this point, would Sony and Nintendo just kind of be on the sidelines and like, oh yeah, Apple just bought EA, but we're still going to, they're still going to release all their games on PlayStation. So Sony could basically just, I don't know, that could be a very interesting turn of events, because it would signify that maybe the competitive era between Sony and Microsoft really has come to an end. Where if a new competitor emerges, someone like Apple has always been known to butt heads with Microsoft. It could turn into a situation where it's like now it's Apple and Microsoft, and maybe Sony sides with Apple or something, It would be interesting. It would certainly change everything up. It would shake everything up quite dramatically, and that's why I think we are having this conversation, because depending on, listen, here's the truth though. Here is one, oh God, objective truth. Sometimes I hate when my cats jump up on my lap here when I'm streaming, because their hair always gets all stuck on the mic and I end up breathing. I'm just like breathing in their hair. Oh, not a great feeling. Here's one objective truth with this whole situation regarding Sony and PlayStation. Depending on what Sony does in the next 12 months will be a major indicator of how they're responding to this acquisition. And I know that sounds obvious, where it's like, well, of course. But I guess what I mean is, if Sony, if 12 months goes by and it's just clear that they're not buying a publisher, Like maybe they make a couple smaller acquisitions here and there, but they're not buying a publisher. There's our answer. If Sony doesn't buy a publisher in the next year, we know they're not going to. They've made their decision, and it would let us know that they truly believe they only have to rely on themselves to succeed and continue to grow their brand. What makes it difficult for me to believe that that's what Sony's going to do is that I'm not convinced that Sony believes that. I'm not convinced that Sony believes we can just do it ourselves and we'll be fine. I think Sony feels like they absolutely need to have partnerships. They need to have third-party games. And there's no reason for them not to believe that, because this has kind of been proven with their platform. Like, yes, people do buy PS5s for the third-party games. I see Leia back there. I'm watching her now on my screen. I'm looking to see what she does. I see. Why is she looking up like that? What are you going to do? Jump on my poster? Psst. Leia, with your creepy eyes, your glowing eyes. All right. She's just going to stand watch for now. I just get nervous. She's going to try to like climb up my poster and rip it down or something and destroy it. Top Shada with another $5 super chat. I very much appreciate it, buddy. You're saying, if you look at all the concessions that Microsoft gave the regulators for ABK, would Sony want to give up a lot of concessions that would make the deal bad? Top Shada. It's another great point you bring up. This is where we do have to consider what Sony and Microsoft value from a business model perspective, because you're right in that Sony would likely, I don't want to say likely, but there is the chance that if Sony bought a major publisher, they would have to agree to, yeah, we can't make certain things exclusive. And you have to ask yourself, okay, well, how does that align with Sony's business model? And it doesn't, frankly. I mean, yes, Bungie's games are going to be multi-platform, but Bungie is the exception to the rule. The rule is, yeah, our games are exclusive. Like, they're exclusive to the extent they don't go to the competitor. That's the rule. Sony says we don't put our games on Microsoft's platform. And Bungie, the only reason they let them is because they felt, we need their expertise more than we need their games exclusive. And there is the chance that if Sony does decide to, like, I'll be honest with you, if Sony does end up going the route of buying a publisher, I am fully expecting their games will remain multi-platform, whoever they get. If they get Capcom, I know some people are like, they're going to go after Take-Two. I don't think that'll happen, but if they did, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, if Sony went after Take-Two, like, yeah, dude, that's why I wouldn't be excited for Sony to buy a publisher. I mean, it would kind of be exciting in the kind of like acquisition war space where it's like, see, Sony can do it too. Two can play at that game. Look at Sony getting their, getting their own strikes in against Microsoft. It's like, yeah, from that perspective, it's kind of cool. But realistically, it's like, it would not be exciting for Sony to announce like, hey, we're acquiring Take-Two Interactive, and that's it. Nothing's going to change. We're just going to make their money. Like, their money's our money, and we're securing our future. It's like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you guys? So, Top Shot, it's definitely something we have to consider. I guess at this point with this topic, talking about Sony's future acquisitions, their next acquisition, I'll just leave it here with this final thought. And it's what I would want Sony to do, what I would want to see happen. I don't want to see Sony buy a publisher because I have a difficult time believing that that's going to be... I have a difficult time believing if Sony were to acquire a publisher that it's going to result in me feeling like, wow, like this, Sony just really stepped it up. You know what I mean? Like as a PlayStation player and fan, that I feel like, man, I really got something out of this. I don't think I would feel that way. I mean, don't get me wrong, from a content creation standpoint, I have to factor that in here. Oh yeah, I would love to see that happen. Like, believe me, there would be nothing more conversation driving than, holy shit, emergency stream, Sony just announced they're buying Capcom or something, or Konami. Like, yeah, it would drive insane engagement, and that would be cool. But when I think about, well, when we dive into that conversation, even on the channel level, so I could talk about it from the consumer gamer level, but even as a content creator, a PlayStation content creator, even on that level, I mean, the most I could expect, I could hope to get out of something like that is, well, Sony announced that they're making these games exclusive, so there's a whole new exclusive lineup, right? But even then, it's like, these were games we were going to get either way. You know what I'm saying? These were games we were going to get either way. So at the end of the day, I do believe Sony is more likely to pursue some kind of publisher. But I really wouldn't want to see them do that because I just don't think that that's going to result in much for me, frankly. From the consumer level, from the perspective of a PlayStation player. When I think about what it is I want from Sony, and I did talk about this recently, but it's worth reiterating during a time like this. When I think about what I personally want from Sony, I know we talk about third-party exclusives, of course, when Sony strikes these deals. Yeah, we talk about them, and some of them are exciting. There's no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, they take a back seat in a significant way. The thing that I get most excited about are Sony's first-party games. Now, I know an argument could be made right now where it's like, well, look at Spider-Man 2. That's not a Sony-owned IP. You're right. But believe me when I tell you that if it wasn't for Sony's first-party studio, Insomniac Games, there's a chance that this game would be a lot less exciting if somebody else was making it. You know? And to me, it just kind of feels like that it is the studio's expertise that matters to me more than anything. And it's not so much about, well, hey, Sucker Punch is going to make Ghost of Tsushima 2, and you know what makes that game so amazing is that it's not releasing on Xbox. No, that's not what makes that game amazing. What makes that game amazing is it's an amazing game. It's a high-quality game. There's a lot here to love. However, the fact that it is coming from a PlayStation-owned studio that they bought many, many years ago, that they've grown, that they've given the opportunity to improve, they've given them the resource to improve, and Sony says, we're going to use this, and we're going to sell it along, we're going to push this game alongside our console to make this console stand out, to make it seem like, hey, you buy this, yeah, you'll get your third-party games, but you get this too, right? To me, there's nothing wrong with any of this. I've never had a problem with any of this, and I don't think most people have. It's just the way the industry has always worked. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is I would really, truly prefer Sony to stick to the traditional way of doing things, because I know that a lot of people bring up like, Sony did this to Sega back in the day. Listen, I understand that Sony has made some cutthroat business decisions and they've made some acquisitions of their own, but what we're seeing Microsoft do is on a completely different level. And I think anybody who says otherwise is being disingenuous. They're not even being a fanboy. They're just being disingenuous. We've never seen anything on this scale, not even remotely close to this scale in this industry. I do not want to see Sony chase this. I know that a lot of PlayStation fans would get excited at the notion of Sony acquiring a publisher because it's like, take that, Xbox fans, and take that, Microsoft. But in reality, depending on why you play on PlayStation, depending on what you love about PlayStation, that might be one of the worst things Sony ever does. Because what that means, if Sony comes out and says, we just bought Capcom, or we're going to buy Capcom, you know what that means? Holy shit, they are actually chasing Microsoft. They are actually, they caved. They believe that they have to now play Microsoft's game. That they have to win at Microsoft's game, when the truth is, I don't say it's the truth, but I don't know what that sound was that just came out of my body. The truth is, for me anyway, that's not, Sony never won by playing Microsoft's game. Sony won by doing what they do. By doing what they do, which is find a way to sell your console and make it more appealing. Invest in diamond in the rough studios. Invest in new IP, new AAA IP. It would be crazy to me if Sony was just like, it's like when we saw them buying Bungie, you know? Like, that was weird. That was just straight up bizarre, because it's like, that just doesn't seem like something Sony would ever do. And yet they did it. Now, granted, it kind of makes sense, where it's like, well, we want to make games as a service. Okay, that's fine. So we wanted to buy the experts so they can teach us how to make games as a service. It's like, okay, I get it. And if Sony buys a publisher and they end up saying, like, all these publishers are going to get bought anyway, we needed to make sure we got one of our own, I could rationalize that, and I could say, well, okay, I guess, you know, like that, it makes sense. It adds up. Business-wise, it makes sense. But I would still be left asking, like, it's the same reason I'm not excited about Bungie. Does that make sense? Like, Bungie is a great example of, like, wow, Sony bought this huge developer, one of the best in the industry. What does that mean for me? It's like nothing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, their games are going to be exclusive, right? There's at least that. So it adds more value to my... No, they're not. Oh, okay. Well, okay. And that's that. Like, that's exactly what I see happening if Sony buys a publisher, where it's like, yeah, their games are not going to be exclusive. We would lose too much money, and this is to secure our future. And we're trying to compete with Microsoft. And it's like, no. I just think that's a huge mistake, man. And you know why? Not because I think Sony would necessarily be wrong for doing that. Like, Sony, you're wrong. Because it's like, well, everybody's about to be wrong, right? Consolidation isn't going to stop. It would suck because that's not what PlayStation is. It would be like if Nintendo started buying... It would be like if Nintendo started trying to buy, like, Remedy or something. It's like, what? How does this work? How does this... Like, you could rationalize it. Like, Nintendo could come out and say, we bought Remedy because we don't have games like this. And, you know, these games are becoming more popular, and we need to compete in that space. But it's like, was anybody asking for that? You know what I mean? Like, was any Nintendo fan asking for Nintendo to make a game like Alan Wake 2? I think that maybe they would want that game to be available on the Switch. Yes. To play as a third party. But you get what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't add up to me. It doesn't make sense. And it's why, like, I know a lot of people kind of got on my case, and I understand why, when I kept pointing out that it's difficult for me to understand people's excitement about Activision Blizzard being owned by Microsoft, because Microsoft has nothing to do with any of those games. Microsoft has nothing to do with Call of Duty. They have nothing to do with Blizzard. They have nothing to do with it. And I understand that the excitement stems from, but I get it in Game Pass. It's like, okay, that's fine. I don't care about Game Pass personally. I don't care about subscription services. So if Sony were to do that same thing, it would be like if Sony bought Activision Blizzard, right? How could I be like, what would excite me about that? That's honestly what I'm asking myself. And I'm asking that sincerely. Like, maybe the closest thing is Sony has Crash and Spyro now. Cool. But even then, again, I fell out of those games a long time ago. I made Guitar Hero. Oh yeah, let's get some Kratos up there playing the guitar. I don't know. I'm just asking these questions to myself, and I'm not making statements for anybody else other than myself. I realize that, like, it's easy right now to get this kind of feeling of, man, I want to see Sony get their revenge or whatever. You know, I want to see them hit back with a publisher acquisition of their own. I want to see Sony go after Take-Two, go after EA if possible, go after Capcom, whoever they can get, and just rip those games away from Microsoft, just like Microsoft did to us with Bethesda. I want to see that happen. And I want to see, I want to see it escalate, because Microsoft started it with Bethesda, right? And it's so easy to kind of fall into that mentality right now, but that's not how I feel at all. Like, when I really sit back and think about it, I feel like that would be stupid. Just straight up, that would be stupid, because we will not get anything out of it. We won't. We will not get anything out of Sony buying Capcom. Do people realize that? Do people realize that we would not get anything out of it unless Sony made a left turn out of nowhere and they were like, we're going to start putting our games onto PlayStation Plus day one? Then that would change the conversation entirely. But they're not. So all I would end up thinking to myself, frankly, if Sony bought a publisher, is the same thing I thought when Microsoft announced that they were buying Activision Blizzard and Bethesda. Why couldn't you just take that money and make new games? Why couldn't you take just a fraction of that money and build new studios, make new games, invest in your current studios? Basically, what it boils down to is, why didn't you invest that money into new games that you can say you made? That's what I would be asking if Sony decided to buy a publisher, because that's the question that should be asked. That's the question that everybody should ask Sony if they decide, hey, we're going to try to buy Square, or we're going to try, because you know what? Sony can buy Square, and they can own Final Fantasy, and nothing changes. You see what I'm saying? Oh, guys, guess what? Final Fantasy Remake Part 3. Exclusive to PlayStation, but now with the PlayStation Studios logo. Okay. Nice. So what changed? Nothing. Oh, okay. Hey, Sony, guys, we just bought Capcom. You guys excited for Resident Evil 9? Yeah. Resident Evil 9, PlayStation 6 exclusive. PlayStation 6, isn't that crazy? Holy shit. Resident Evil 9 PlayStation 6 exclusive. Weren't we going to get that game anyway? Yup. Huh. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, obviously, the conversation would be different if Sony said, we're dropping Resident Evil 9 day one into Game Pass. Yeah, that's what Sony would say, into PlayStation Plus. Obviously, that changes. But it's, I don't know, man. It's just, I think Sony just has to slow their roll. Like, look, I know Sony doesn't want to get left behind, but my question is, what would be so bad about that? I'm serious. I'm being very serious when I say, what exactly, like, if you don't get left behind, where exactly are you going? Like, where are you jumping up towards or climbing up towards exactly? That's what I would like to know. I would like the answer to that question. If you're going to get left, but what are you getting left behind? What are you missing out on? Because the only thing that I can think in my head that makes sense is the subscription future that Microsoft believes in. That's what I think. Because you either truly believe that Microsoft is going to usher in a new age of just a completely new business model that everybody gravitates towards, or you don't. And if you are out here thinking you're going to get left behind, that only tells me one thing: that you think they're right, that you think they're actually going to do that, and you don't want to be left behind. But again, Sony just raised the price of PlayStation Plus with no extra benefits. So that to me tells me you clearly don't believe that's the future, because you're getting people to actively unsubscribe, at least some people. So yeah, it's a complex thing. It's a nuanced thing, like I said. But we don't know. We don't have the answers yet. Top Shot, thank you, man. I apologize keeping you waiting. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You're saying Microsoft is a tech company, Sony is an entertainment company, and Nintendo is a gaming company. Microsoft can't compete with Sony because it's not in their DNA to entertain consumers. It's an interesting take, Top Shot. Very interesting take. I mean, Sony, you're right. They are an entertainment company. That is in their DNA. Nintendo is obviously a gaming company. It's kind of funny to think that Microsoft, they never really came from the creative space, right? Like from the artistic side of it. Microsoft, it's not a slight against them. It's just the truth. You know, they came from computers, Bill Gates, PC market, software, not games, programs. It's very interesting to think that could very well be something that is still impacting them to this day, where they've had such a struggle being able to really be a force with that creative artistic side. And they still might be struggling with that. And maybe that would explain why they've just, at this point, they just said, you know what, screw it. We gotta buy the creative forces out there, and bring them on in. Again, it's not that is true, Sergeant. You're saying we wouldn't be here talking about a roadmap if they had a publisher ready to pump out content. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, so everything I just said about Sony and acquisitions, I said from the perspective of the player, the consumer, somebody who's playing on PlayStation. But there is something to be said from looking at it from the angle of ownership, right? And how far that goes and how important that just might be to all of these video game platform holders in the future. That truthfully is the one thing that I could understand about Sony doing something like that, where if Sony were to basically buy a publisher out of fear that we don't want to lose more content, and we have to make sure we don't. So we bought these guys to make sure that we won't lose their content. I could understand that. I wouldn't be excited about that because it's like, well, I guess that's nice to know that I don't have to worry about losing that. But I would have preferred like something more original. You know what I mean? Certainly more original, but I get it because that's where we are in the industry. So from that angle, I would be able to understand where Sony is coming from and why they made this decision. But, I just couldn't do it, man. I couldn't. Look, I'll make something clear right now. If Sony does acquire a publisher and they make that announcement, I will be here talking about it. And there will be energy brought to the table because that will be a big moment in PlayStation history, in PlayStation's future, and in gaming. But when the dust settles, and I mean this sincerely, when the dust settles, I will likely come right back to this spot here, right? When the excitement is over and it's like, oh man, okay, well, that's a thing now. I'll likely be right back to this spot where it's like, damn, I don't know. I don't know that this is it, man. I don't. We'll see. I know, and I'm not trying to be negative about it. I'm just trying to be real about it in that I ridiculed Microsoft fans and Game Pass fans and Xbox fans for almost 2 years now by saying, I don't understand why people are celebrating this company buying content that you already have access to and making it their own. And everybody said, well, it's because they're going to save me money. And that's where it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't really argue against that. But that's not all I saw, right? I saw plenty of people also taking the angle of, and I still see it now. Well, Microsoft, they're going to own the industry. Like they made the comeback. You guys said you wanted competition. You guys said they need to do more. They need to have more games. Can't make that argument anymore. Xbox has no games. And these are the people that I don't understand. I don't. Because what exactly are you celebrating? You're celebrating the fact that the company you've chosen to support during times when they didn't have anything to offer you, you're supporting that they bought stuff that you already had access to, and they could say we own it now? I guess. But it's like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't get it to the extent where if Sony did that, I wouldn't be saying that about Sony. I wouldn't be saying, oh my God, Sony just they really just delivered for PlayStation fans. What? Sony delivered for PlayStation fans by buying a publisher whose games we would have already had access to before doing so? No. But then again, Sony doesn't have Game Pass. So even then, if people want to, this is why I said earlier, the genius of Microsoft, where they know that there's only one option, or two options for Sony. There's only two options. Microsoft has given Sony the ultimatum of you either follow us or you don't. But we are not competing with you anymore until you choose to follow us. It's fucking I hate to say it, but it from a business level, oof, that is tough, man. And that's why I'm sure Sony is not happy with everything that's happened, because that is the nature of the business world, man. It's not about fair. It's not about what's right. It's not. It's just, this is business, and business, it's its own thing. Broccoli Rob says, dude, you have to keep in mind that these publishers could potentially be sought after by Microsoft. So yeah, the games are available right now, but who's to tell where they are a year from now? That's true as well. Yeah, I will admit, Broccoli Rob, it is difficult for me to imagine Microsoft buying another publisher. That is difficult. Now, I also want to say this. Now, when I say Microsoft is genius, that statement could change because the truth is, yes, you are right. Somebody brought it up. Xbox is gambling. You're right. It seems genius right now, and I'll give them that credit, where when it comes to twisting Sony's arm and putting Sony in a compromising position, it is genius. But when it comes to whether or not this is actually going to work, and Sony could have the last laugh, truthfully. Microsoft knows that. This isn't some kind of console war thing here. I mean, Microsoft could be a big mistake in the end for them if things don't work out the way that they thought they would, if the growth isn't anywhere near where it's supposed to be. I mean, there's only one thing left to happen at that point. And if that, a lot of people are giving Phil Spencer a lot of praise right now and treating him like he is the savior of Microsoft and of Xbox, and he's going to turn everything around. And I get it. Like, that praise is expected right now, given what he just did. But, there's every chance that this could backfire. I'm not saying it will. I don't even know that I'm confident that it will, but the chance is there. And if it does, what once seemed like a genius move by Microsoft could be looked back on as, oh my God, that was the biggest mistake they ever made. But maybe not. This is what I'm saying. Like, we have to let these things play out. The only thing I do know for sure is that Microsoft in this moment, and for the short-term future right now, has twisted Sony's arm. Not in that Sony's business is hurting. Sony's business is not hurting. But it's almost like Microsoft is fear-mongering Sony in a way. Well, yeah, that is true. You're saying he literally did save Xbox. Yeah, that's true. Credit where it's due. Xbox was about to get the axe, man. It was about to be on the chopping block. So he definitely stopped that from happening. But it's almost like, in a way, Microsoft is trying to fearmonger Sony, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because, like, when you think about it, the message that Microsoft is sending Sony right now is, you are going to get left behind, right? I mean, we're securing our future. We built Game Pass. We bought publishers. We bought one of the biggest publishers, and we're not going to stop. And look at how happy everybody is. They're cheering us on. What are they doing for you? They cheering you on? How's your future looking? Oh, your CEO's retiring? Oh, what if those games as a service don't work? Can you even afford to buy a publisher? I mean, this is all, believe it or not, like, when you read between the lines and you just understand basic communication, this is what, no, Robert, I'm not the one that's too negative. I mean, maybe sometimes, but right now I'm not being negative. I'm saying that this is the message that Microsoft is trying to communicate. Think about what the fan base is saying right now. Is the fan base not saying these things? Is the Microsoft fan, some of them, not all of them, but the people who are online and people of influence, are they not saying similar things? Or at least posing these questions themselves? They are. And where do you think that comes from? Where do you think those questions come from? Do you think that's an original thought they had? Well, maybe to a certain extent. Or do you think that was kind of the seed that was planted by Microsoft? Of course it's the seed that's planted. How could it not be? Hey guys, we're buying one of the biggest publishers in the industry. What kind of seeds does that plant? Many. A lot of different thoughts that'll come from that. But certainly these are the questions that people are going to ask. And think about Sony. Think about the decisions that Sony's been making. We're not doing that. You can fearmonger us all you want, Microsoft. We're not doing that. We'll buy the studios that make sense for us. You buy Call of Duty, we're going to invest in games as a service. We're going to invest in Bungie. We're going to own Bungie, right? You focus on Game Pass, we're going to raise the price of PlayStation Plus because we're trying to make money on our service. And the price of everything is going up. And to keep bringing games on a monthly basis with PlayStation Plus Essential and Extra, it's getting more expensive, and we want to make a profit. We don't want to be a loss leader. You're right. They're both gambling. You're absolutely correct. And this is what makes this conversation so interesting. This is why the big question is Sony's next acquisition. Are they going to do it? Because I'm telling you right now, the moment Sony announces they've acquired a publisher, everything changes. Everything changes. And there is every possibility that nothing will change. But Sony says, okay, you put Starfield, a game that probably cost but probably well over $200 million to make, marketing included, maybe not. No, not including marketing, but a $200 million game. You put that into your service. Good for you. We're still selling Spider-Man 2 at $70. Yeah, we're going to do that. I mean, Sony is not budging. And that's why I'm like, are they going... See, it's one thing when Microsoft is putting the pressure on them and twisting their arm. It's Microsoft. Of course, Sony's going to be like, whatever, man. When the shareholders at Sony start twisting their arm and saying, we're getting kind of nervous, Sony. What's your answer to this going to be? What if Sony, let me ask you this. What if Sony's answer, Sony's response to Microsoft buying ABK is nothing? Think about that. What if their response to that is nothing? We're releasing Spider-Man 2. We're releasing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We'll have a showcase next year. We're going to show our games, and we're still going to scout out Diamond in the Rough Studios to see if we can bring more of those on and grow them. That's their response. What if that's Sony's response? We're going to keep selling our console and focus on pushing out as many consoles as we can. What if that's Sony's response? The question isn't whether or not that's good enough for me and you. The question is whether or not that's good enough for the shareholders. The question is that good enough for Hiroki Totoki, Sony's president and CFO, who's going to be the interim PlayStation CEO, who claims, quote, he's obsessed with growth. Is that going to be good enough for him? I don't know. These are the questions that we do not have the answers to. But we will. And it'll be a fun thing to watch. Because regardless of which direction Sony goes in, regardless of which answers we get, it will be fun to watch play out. And it will be... I don't know, maybe... I assume it's going to be fun. I don't want to assume it's going to be annoying, but because it could be as well. But I'm assuming it's going to be fun. And a lot of questions here, a lot of just what ifs, but one thing I still do remain confident in, though, at the end of the day, is whether or not Sony buys a publisher, whether or not they decide they want to chase Microsoft. The one thing I still have complete faith in is their studios, truthfully. And no matter what direction Sony decides to go in, that to me is going to be at all times the backbone. If Sony makes a pivot and they say we have to embrace streaming service or these gaming services like PlayStation Plus now and prioritize that, fine. If Sony decides they got to go day one with their games on PC to make more money and more sales, fine. they could do all these things, but at the end of the day, the driving force behind it is going to be PlayStation Studios. And, that to me is what's going to be most important. It's what's most important now. It's what will always be important to the PlayStation brand going forward. Shareholders' panic has led to some serious downfalls throughout history, so hopefully they don't rush an acquisition and actually think that shit through, because it will lead to a dangerous path. That's why I wanted to have this conversation, because that is what I'm most believe it or not, I'm not nervous about Microsoft or their next move or industry consolidation. I was nervous about industry consolidation, but we have our answer. I thought if the Activision Blizzard deal got blocked, consolidation would effectively be blocked. Or at least a big part of it would be. If the ABK deal was blocked, it would mean this industry is not going to consolidate nearly as fast. Or maybe not even at all. Because that would send a massive shockwave. It would send a massive message to everybody that you can't just buy whoever you want. Jay, you're saying there's so much flip-flopping. Sony is okay because of console sales, but they're in trouble because of what Microsoft did. No. Hold on, Jay. Who said they're in trouble? I didn't say they're in trouble. I'm simply saying here are the different paths they could take. And let me tell you which ones I agree with and which ones I don't. Actually, if you think about it, no point did I say so. I don't think Sony will be in trouble no matter what. And I mean that. Like I know that right now the conversation is toxic, and it's very much about like Microsoft is now going to finally put Sony in their place, and it's like, no, I don't think so. Is Microsoft going to get theirs? Yeah, they're getting it. Are they going to put Sony in their place? Are they going to get one over on Sony? I don't think so. No. Sony is not new to this. And I think people do forget that. And I know that the way I'm speaking, sometimes I even make it sound like that's the case. Like Sony's new to this. They don't know what they're doing. Sony does know what they're doing. People believe that Sony is lacking like a vision. And maybe to an extent that's true. You can know what you're doing, but still not be certain about the future. Like I said, it's the theme today. Two things can be true at one time. Sony knows what they're doing, and they're good at what they do. But it's understandable that they would have a little bit of trepidation about the future, because the truth is, who knows what the future holds? Shareholders don't know. Microsoft doesn't know. But who's the most confident right now? I'm curious to see what the chat says. Who is the most confident player in the game right now when it comes to the future? Nintendo? Yeah, I guess it always comes back to Nintendo, doesn't it? It's always Nintendo. Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's not Sony. I will tell you that. It's not Sony. Yeah, I could agree with Nintendo. I was going to say Microsoft, though, believe it or not. But yeah, Nintendo, I don't know. I guess there's an argument to be made that Nintendo could be the most confident. I was going to say Microsoft, though, because they have to be. They have to be. The reason why I wouldn't say Nintendo, keep in mind the question I asked, who is the most confident going into the future? Nintendo doesn't come off as like, they don't come off to me as a company that's coming out feeling like they have something to prove. That's why I wouldn't call them the most confident. I guess in a sense, maybe that is confidence, right? Or maybe I'm using the wrong words. Maybe confidence isn't the right word. But I guess I'm just saying Microsoft, they have to come off as totally confident and sure of every single decision they're making, because every single decision they're making is, I mean, it's unheard of in the gaming industry. And if you need, you know, it's like you put out a new product or something that's unheard of, you have to have complete faith in it. And you have to show that publicly. You have to show that to everybody, because if you can't get behind it, how do you expect anybody else to? So the reason why I'm saying I don't think Nintendo is because Nintendo is more along the lines of, we know what we're doing. We've always done this. And it's I mean, they are confident, of course, but it's just like, for Nintendo, it comes off to me more as, this is business as usual. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's business as usual. Yeah, we got the Nintendo Switch 2. We just released a new Mario, Super Mario Bros. It's cleaning up, incredible reviews. We're going to probably win Game of the Year with Zelda. Business as usual for Nintendo. Like, they don't need the confidence. You know, they don't need it, because everything they do speaks for itself. On Microsoft's side, I feel like they are on the opposite end of the spectrum, where they have to convince everybody that this is it, that this is the way. And Sony, I think, finds themselves somewhere in the middle. And that's why I wanted to bring this up, where Sony is in the middle, where, and if you think about it, that's why this conversation is so dynamic when we talk about Sony, because on one hand, Sony is out here doing exactly what Nintendo is, which is business as usual. PS5 sales, we're killing it. We're absolutely killing it. Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 2, like I said, it's going to clean up. So yeah, it's business as usual. But at the same time, there are all these other aspects about the PlayStation business right now where the confidence isn't there, right? What about live service games? I mean, how much confidence is there for that? What about, the price increases of the digital console of PlayStation Plus? Like, is that giving us a sense of confidence? Is that Sony showing? I mean, some people would say that that's Sony's showing too much confidence and it's bleeding into arrogance, maybe. But Sony, a lot of people just don't have the same type of confidence in Sony that they once did. But that's what's so ironic about it. And this is why I'm saying Sony seems to be caught right in the middle, because on one hand, the numbers tell you, the data tells you, no, the confidence is there. They're fucking killing it. Business-wise, sales-wise. But on the other hand, you're not so sure that the confidence is there, because look at all the different things people are saying. Gets you thinking. Zenzo76, you're saying, I'm sad the industry seems scared when it comes to new IP. We need more. Well, that's why I'm saying, dude, I'm going to bring this conversation back down to more positive, because I see there. I get it. Look, it's fine if you think I'm too negative on Sony when it comes to Sony. I'll be real with you guys. I'm very tired. I don't know how I look. I don't know how I sound today. I'm very tired because I did not get much sleep last night. I don't know why. It happens every now and again. I just could not sleep last night. So I only got a couple hours of sleep, and I actually drank less coffee today, and I did that purposely. I drank less coffee because I'm pretty sure that's why I couldn't sleep last night. I did have a big cup of coffee, and maybe this is why I have trouble sleeping some nights. I had a big cup of coffee yesterday, but I didn't realize what time I drank it. I drank it like late in the afternoon, and I'm tolerant to caffeine, but if I have more than my normal amount, I become very sensitive to it. And yeah, so it wasn't a good combination. So in an effort to make sure I can get to sleep at a normal time tonight and sleep better, I purposely consumed less caffeine today. So I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't know if my demeanor is being confused for negativity, because I don't think I'm being very negative. Maybe I am, though. But I'm just trying to be thoughtful, truthfully, in my approach to all these different conversations, and not. I don't just want to look at it through a single lens. That's not fun to me. Like, I could just say Sony should buy a publisher because Microsoft did, and they should get revenge on Microsoft. And I could end it there. But that's not fun to me, because that's like, well, that's pretty boring. You know, like, there's not much to that. But I'm going to conclude this topic so we can move on to the next one. At the end of the day, for me, whether or not Sony decides to buy a publisher, whatever, do not. I'm not going to freak out if they do in a negative way. Fatality, this topic. Like, I'm not going to lose it and say, well, Sony just made the biggest mistake ever and it's all downhill from here. I'm not going to say that. I'm also going to have trouble saying that this is incredible. This is amazing news. If Sony buys a publisher, it'll be somewhere in the middle, and we're going to have to dissect it and really figure out what we're looking at here. However, on the flip side, putting the acquisition aside, I am still incredibly confident in PlayStation. I am incredibly confident in their studios. I'm incredibly confident in what they're going to deliver for the remainder of this generation. I'm not saying you have to be that confident. I'm not saying everyone should be that confident. I'm just saying that I feel like I know PlayStation pretty well. I feel like I know PlayStation Studios pretty well. I'm very familiar with their games at this point. And literally tomorrow, for as negative as some of the things we just discussed might be, literally tomorrow we get what we are here for. Tomorrow we get Spider-Man 2, a AAA, fully refined, high quality, single player experience created by one of the most talented studios in the industry, that being Insomniac Games. So I'll tell you, knowing that, that's what I get to wake up to tomorrow on my PlayStation 5. Not feeling that worried. Not at all. If anything, I am incredibly excited about 2024. I'm incredibly excited about what else Sony has in store for us. I'm not saying I expect it to be perfect. I had a lot of confidence going into this year, and there were certain things this year that obviously I was not happy with. But you know what? 2024, I think, is going to be a different year. It's going to be very different from this year. And I'm very confident. I am. Now, maybe some people would argue that there's no reason to have that confidence, but, you know, everybody has their reasons. And with that being said, I am going to move to the next topic, which is talking about the PlayStation 5 Slim. We have new information on this hardware update, this hardware refresh. I think some of you guys might want to know about this. Before I do that, though, we have Supremacy 101. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying Sony is doing well now, but even they know that well will dry out eventually. Those single-player games cost a fortune, and after that, double PC release dip is on to the next risk. And actually, Supremacy, you're not wrong. Sony, they are not expressing the most confidence they ever have in their single-player games because they're pretty blunt about it. They're honest. They're not hiding anything. They just say, look, these games are really expensive and very risky. Like, if one of these games tanks, we're going to feel it. So we need we need more of a cushion here. And I get that. That's like, I have no problem with that. I think that would be a good thing. That's why I'm saying if we get a couple of successful live service games from Sony Studios, not only will it keep PlayStation players more engaged with PlayStation Studios titles for a longer period of time, but it'll likely make them more money. And that money can be seen as kind of a safety net. And, you know, if anything ever goes wrong, they won't feel it as much. But if things continue to go right, they can continue to reinvest. So it can really end up being a good synergistic thing, honestly. But I also wanted to say this before I move on to the PS5 Slim topic. I also wanted to say that one of the things I am most confident about with Sony, and I really wanted to make sure to mention this when talking about why I'm confident in Sony. One of the last super chats I read from Zenzo was about how it seems he's sad that this industry seems scared to embrace new IP. In my opinion, one of Sony's greatest strengths, especially during the PS4 generation, I mean with the PS3 as well, but I mean they really, as the cost of making games increased, one of their greatest strengths is bringing out new IP. Not small, just we'll invest very little into this and see if it can turn into something. No. Big AAA new IP. Sony, I mean, they really went... I don't think people quite understand just how impressive it was for Sony to last generation embrace games and invest in games like Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, of course, you had something like the Order 1886 as well earlier in the gen, but even something like Bloodborne, but speaking from their studio specifically, like, dude, these games could have went south. I mean, they really could have turned out to be a mistake, but they weren't. And the reason why this is so important to highlight is because that was necessary to give Sony the confidence going forward as they are now to allow their studios to take those chances. I want to remind people Sony has 3, just off the top of my head, there might be more, but off the top of my head, there are 3 new AAA IPs in development at Sony. Okay. Sony Santa Monica is working on a AAA game with Cory Barlog, a new IP. Cory Barlog is at the helm. Sony Bend is working on a new AAA IP. And they've been working on it for a while. We'll probably see it revealed next year. And Firesprite is working on a AAA new IP horror game. And again, I'm pretty sure there are more. I mean, there's actually a pretty good chance Naughty Dog is even working on a new AAA IP. That hasn't explicitly been confirmed yet, but a lot of people seem to believe that. So this is incredibly important to highlight because that is Sony's greatest strength. Period. End of discussion. As far as I'm concerned. I understand we can talk all about Sony this and Sony that, PlayStation this, PlayStation that, Sony, Microsoft, PlayStation, Xbox. Putting all that aside, the single greatest strength Sony has is their willingness to invest in new AAA IP and bring incredible new experiences to the table that grow and become some of the greatest franchises we've ever played. Sony is seemingly well aware that, for as great as God of War is, and we've had all these God of War games, we had the major comeback with God of War 2018 and then Ragnarok, they're well aware that, you know what? Maybe it's time for the studio to do something brand new. Let's give them that shot. Let's give them that opportunity. They've at least earned that. You guys kill it with God of War. What else can you do? And you take one of your most successful visionary developers with Cory Barlog and you say to him, go for it, man. We'll support you. We'll back you. Assemble a team, bring out your vision, and make it happen. I mean, Sony, for God's sake, Sony funded Kojima Productions with Death Stranding. I mean, like, that should tell you all you need to know, man. And he gets a sequel. So it's like, this to me is, Sony cannot lose that. And I don't think they will. Why would they? It's worked out too well for them. So we can be as concerned as we want about some of their live service games. We can be as frustrated as we want at times about some of the price increases of stuff. But at the end of the day, I'll tell you right now, this is what brings me to PlayStation. This is what brought me back to PlayStation. This is what matters. As far as I'm concerned, this is what matters. And so there is no reason for me to go into 2024 or beyond and assume, well, Sony's just not going to do that anymore. That Sony's dead. That's done. That's over. Especially when I have these things in front of me that are actual proof. Factual proof they are doing this. So I just wanted to be sure to say that too, because for as concerned as I am about some of the decisions that Sony will make, there's also a whole nother aspect to Sony that I am not concerned about, that I'm actually pretty certain they're going to continue to kick ass and keep this as a platform that I'm excited to play on consistently. And we have Jake Skew 27. I saw in the chat, he said he just got home and you said, you know what? Even when he gets home, he's going to keep the membership train going today. Jake Skew drops another membership gift, and he brings us up to 29 members on the day. Jake, thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate
I really
it.
appreciate that support. Let me give you a Venom there, too. Let me add that to the counter. So we're sitting at 29 members, guys. Once again, a big shout out, a big thank you to everybody who continues to not only hang out here with me and chat with me, but those of you who are gifting, those of you who are super chatting, it's very much appreciated, guys. Let me open up my second water bottle here, and we're going to dive into the next topic, which is the PlayStation 5 Slim. All right. So, and Supremacy 101, thank you for that super chat, by the way, man. You're saying you got the faceplates. Congratulations, man. I'm happy. Happy to hear that. So the PlayStation 5 Slim release date and Spider-Man 2 bundle has seemingly leaked, being reported by PlayStation Lifestyle. A known leaker has revealed PS5 Slim's release date alongside an unannounced Marvel's Spider-Man 2 bundle. Sony Interactive Entertainment has only announced a release window of November, but hasn't mentioned any launch bundles yet. According to trusty industry insider D-Labs insider Billy Bilcon, I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, the PS5 Slim will launch on November 10th in both the United States and Japan. The leaker was not able to provide a release date for the European region, but it shouldn't be too far off, if not the same date. As for the Marvel Spider-Man 2 bundle, it's the Disc Edition bundle that will reportedly be available on November 8th, 2 days ahead of the standard PS5 Slim's launch. A Spider-Man 2 bundle makes sense considering it's Sony's big fall blockbuster. So apparently this bundle is also going to retail for $560 US. So yeah, I mean, it's not like a big deal. You know, there's not really too much we can extract out of this, but you know, people were wondering when this thing is going to drop. And apparently, I also wanted to mention this too, the PS5 Slim, according to this leaker, is they're going to have 4.5 million units ready by the November 10th launch. So just to give you an idea of just how well Sony anticipates the PS5 is going to sell, starting from November 10th, probably until I would say, I don't know, like January or February, something along that, you know, within that area. This should give you an idea of just how many units Sony is expecting to sell. Like that's, I mean, November 10th, that's like 3 weeks almost. It's like 2.5 weeks after Spider-Man 2's launch. So yeah, Jake, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Jake is saying he has to cover a coworker's shift tomorrow. How do you know that coworker he or she isn't also planning on playing Spider-Man 2? No, it's, you know what, man, it's all good. You're doing the right thing. Hopefully you won't miss out too much. I'm sorry to hear that, Jake. For those who are unaware, Jake said earlier that he was really excited because he was able to get tomorrow off for Spider-Man 2, but it's all right, man. It's not going anywhere. Make that money, do what you got to do, and enjoy yourself when you're done. There'll be a little reward waiting for you, I'm just trying to be positive and optimistic here for you. But yeah, dude, Christmas is going to be wild for PS5 sales. No doubt about that. No doubt about that, man. I'm really interested to see if Sony makes any kind of like milestone announcements towards the end of this year. I think they will. And we have a very generous $20 super chat from Supremacy 101. Thank you so much, man, for that super chat. You're saying that's well and good, but with each generation, the costs go up, and with that, their business practices reflect that. Instead of stretching your talented studios thin with games as a service, invest in the mid-gen. Just buy pubs doing that already. It's definitely an interesting take, Supremacy. And it's one that I can understand why somebody would prefer Sony go that route rather than take the chance with games as a service, because the one thing here is that no matter which way you slice it, no matter which angle you're coming at it from, Sony is taking a big chance investing all of this time and all of this money into games as a service. And we've already seen some very concerning things with Naughty Dog and the Last of Us factions. And this isn't me trying to get negative again, but it's just the truth in that we've been waiting years for this game, and it's just been recently nothing but bad news about how something's going wrong behind the scenes. We don't know what, we don't know why, we just know something's going wrong, and we're not going to see this game seemingly anytime soon. Now that could change. Of course, they could be working on it. We don't know if it's canceled or not. There's conflicting reports. But that alone there tells you that Sony is taking a risk in embracing these live service games. And there's no guarantee, no matter how talented of a studio you have with somebody, with a studio like Naughty Dog, that it's going to succeed. And what you're saying here is they should just buy these pubs that are doing that already. Basically, you're saying Sony should maybe try to invest in publishers that have these game development pipelines already in place, so that way Sony can just kind of more, at least if I'm reading your super chat correctly, kind of pump out this content more rapid fire, like, so that way they can have, rather than 2 big exclusive games a year, they can have maybe up to 3 or possibly even 4. But I guess the big question is, if they were to do, because the risk there is obviously, who do you buy? How much do they cost? Will they reach that quality bar that Sony expects? That these are questions, again, no matter which way Sony decides to approach it, they will be taking a risk. But Supremacy, it's good. It's good food for thought, right? Like it's definitely interesting to think about how Sony could potentially shift their strategy to better suit what they already do. Just making something that's strong even stronger. So I'm right there with you, Supremacy. I don't know that I'm in agreement with it, but seeing Sony do something like that, watching how that would unfold in the results, be just as interesting as seeing the results we're going to end up witnessing with games as a service. So once again, Supremacy, I got to give you a thank you for that $20 super chat, bud. And we have another $5 super chat from Piper. And they say, why do PlayStation fans care so much about sales as consumers? Well, there's a couple things we have to say here first. Number one, most PlayStation players, I don't know if I should say fans, but talk about all the people that buy PlayStation consoles and play on the platform. Most don't care. The overwhelming majority of people don't care. It's really people who are, I guess, considered enthusiasts, pay attention to the gaming industry. I can't speak for anybody but myself, but Piper, I'll tell you why I care somewhat, right? I care because it helps me understand and gauge where Sony is at any given time. For example, the first topic I talked about, in this stream today is the sales data that came out from the US and from Europe. And the reason why this is important to me is because it serves as an answer in a way where I've been asking, and you guys know this, anybody who's been tuning into my streams or even watching many of my videos, I've been asking the question for weeks now, why is Sony doing this? But why is Sony maybe keeping their games in the dark, not really giving us many updates? Why is it when they did their state of play in September, they didn't really announce any new games? They just focused on the games that are already known. And we've been talking a lot about a roadmap and, Sony's approach to the remainder of the year. And going over this data reveals to me a clear-cut answer. MBG, Sony is not focused on announcing new games and is totally okay doing a state of play just focused on the games that have already been announced and focusing on Spider-Man 2 because their console is selling like hotcakes. Like, it's selling better than you would have even expected. So yeah, there's your answer. And it's also, there's another layer to that though, where I also care about how the PS5 is performing, at least maybe not now because it's clear it's a success, but in the beginning I care to see, is this thing gonna, what is the trajectory? One of the things I'm very interested to see by the time we get to the end of this generation and even entering the next generation is, does the PlayStation 5 surpass the PS4? Because if the PlayStation 5 surpasses the PS4, then the next question is, could it somehow possibly surpass the PlayStation 2? Now, the reason why that's relevant, and that should be relevant to everybody, is because the PS2 is the best-selling home console of all time. The best-selling console of all time, 155 million units. So that's the PS2. Something that people who are enthusiasts of consoles, I think, are always asking themselves, at least on occasion, maybe not always, but occasionally we ask ourselves, have we really hit the ceiling when it comes to console sales and that market? Or is there still more, is there still room for growth? Is it possible to hit 170 million units sold? Is that a possibility? Maybe even one day 200 million. I mean, it's obvious that Sony and Nintendo are still chasing this. Even though it may not seem like it, they are. Like, some people believe that the Nintendo Switch, when it's all said and done, is going to surpass the PS2, which would be insane. Even if it just surpasses, I don't know if it's going to surpass the PS2, but even if it does by just a couple million, that's huge because that tells you, wow, there's an even bigger market out there than we may have thought. Even if it's by a couple million, it tells you it's there. The growth is there. Might not be as massive or as easy to obtain, but it's there. And that is very relevant to me as somebody who cares about the console gaming space, because these days, more than ever, streaming, sub-services, getting your content anywhere, right? Like, content becoming more accessible. I'm not against any of these things. I'm only against it if it has to come at the expense of the home console experience. And right now, it seems like it's not. And I would just like to see Sony continue, like I said, down this path that they've been on, which is we make high quality games, we sell them on our console, we put the console as the focus and the priority. If it's true, if it's true that we've hit the ceiling, right? And we can't go past 150, 155 million units sold, then it basically justifies horizontal expansion. Why we should embrace games going to PC. We should embrace all these different things that Sony's doing, because those are growth vectors. They can't really grow very much in the console space anymore. And I guess that's just, I'm just speaking for me. I care about that because, I don't know, I grew up with the console, man. I love the console experience. It's very nostalgic for me, but it's kind of amazing to see that it's persisted so long. It's persisted so long. It's still super relevant, and I like it. I like it. It's something that I always want to see be in good health. That's why I even said earlier, I don't want to see Xbox leave the market. Because, dude, even if Xbox sales are doing terrible, like, I'd rather see them hang on because they're still part of it. They're still there, part of the console space. And no one's going to replace them if they leave. That's the point. Like, no one's going to take up Microsoft's spot if they leave. And if they leave, man, it just means the console market shrinks. And even though the PlayStation is certainly my preferred console, I don't want to see that happen. It's why I don't want to see the Nintendo Switch 2 fail either. Certainly not. We got to see them hold the line here, right? And keep it going. Keep it going. So, Piper, I hope that answers your question, man. Hopefully some of that makes sense. And Supremacy 101 with another $20 super chat. Shout out to you, Supremacy. I really appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. 2 $20 super chats back to back. And you're saying here they bought Bungie to manage your single-player studios? LOL, that's nuts. When you consider what games as a service entails, the endless workflow, investment that's akin to a hemorrhage. XDefiant is coming. Buy Ubisoft, let Naughty Dog and company do them. Well, yeah, we've talked about that at length, Supremacy, the whole idea of Bungie being the one who either gives the thumbs up or the thumbs down to a studio like Naughty Dog. And something tells me it's not that simple. I mean, maybe it is, but I feel like it's a little bit more complicated than that, where maybe they didn't necessarily give it a thumbs down. Maybe they just simply did say that, listen, there are things you guys are going to have to rework, and you can, like, it's certainly doable. But maybe that's where Sony stepped in and they were like, okay, thank you for your evaluation, Bungie. And then they turned to Naughty Dog and they said, guys, listen, too much time has been spent on this, too much money. We got to start cooking, get cooking on that single player game. And we'll come back to this. Because that to me, that's what's so interesting about this, Supremacy, is that it still hasn't been announced to be canceled. And maybe it never will, even if it is. But it gives fans some kind of hope that this thing might still come to market one day. And when you consider how much time and money they put into it. But I get what you're saying, right? Like, you're speaking to the idea of why would you take Naughty Dog and task them with making a game as a service? I mean, that's a loaded question, Supremacy. I think it's understandable that anybody who hears that, who is familiar with Naughty Dog and likes Naughty Dog games, I think it's understandable that a lot of people will shake their head and raise their eyebrow and say, what? That sounds like a big mistake. Now, I think there's something to be said for maybe Naughty Dog wanted to pursue this. It sounds like they did. They had big ambitions. But this idea that you're presenting where Sony could just buy Ubisoft because, hey, they got Rainbow Six Siege, they got XDefiant coming. I'll tell you, I keep seeing more and more people say that Sony needs to buy Ubisoft, and I won't lie. Like I say, man, I say it all the time. There are certainly some tantalizing reasons why Sony would want to acquire them, but I'm just not convinced. I'm not. There's pros and there's cons, and I feel like the cons of Sony getting Ubisoft would be too much for them to bear. Too much, simply put. But I could be wrong. Who knows? I'm telling you, it would be so funny. I would laugh so hard, man, if it turns out Sony does buy Ubisoft. Because we've been talking about this for months at this point, and it would just be the most ironic thing ever in my case, where it's like, well, MBG, turns out they did buy Ubisoft. I would be like, what? Are you kidding me? Well, there we go. But Supremacy, I will say this. Sony could pivot. They could. Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this last part here, and this is in response to Supremacy. So I don't want people to think that I'm just going on and on with this single topic. But this is more relevant to the last topic, and then this is where I'll end it. You know, a lot of people have been focusing in on the fact that Jim Ryan announced his retirement. And a lot of people are also focusing in on who's going to replace him temporarily. Again, Hiroki Totoki, interim CEO. Right now, Hiroki Totoki is Sony's president and CFO. So he's very business oriented, very business. All business. Sony could be pivoting, and what I mean by this is it's the timing. I want to make that clear. It's the timing of it all. We get reports. Well, we get confirmation from Naughty Dog. They claim The Last of Us multiplayer needs more work, more time. They're moving on to their single player game. Shortly after, we get reports that, yeah, this game's in trouble and they're having problems, and Bungie isn't very happy with it. Not too long after, we get the announcement that Jim Ryan is retiring. And of course, conversations ensue. Is he really retiring? Was he asked to step down? So on and so forth. Are there problems? Is there trouble in paradise, basically? You know, are there problems with Sony behind the scenes? And then, not too long after that, comes the announcement that the ABK deal closed and it's over. Microsoft has them. We could be witnessing a pivot where, for the past couple years, maybe Sony truly did believe that they should be investing in live service games, that this would be the way to go. And maybe now, during that process, maybe they realized very quickly that, and this is pure speculation, guys, we won't know for probably another year or two. Maybe they realized that, okay, we did some things that we can't really reverse. We bought some studios that are making live service games, and we dumped money and time into them. So we'll see them through. But maybe we have to just kind of let go of the live service dream. Because I want to remind people, the live service dream was Jim Ryan's. Every year he would do the big yearly investors, I forget the name of it, but where he would lay out everything, their plans, give the investors updates. And he was the one who always was pushing live service. He's not going to be here come March of next year. So that means, either Hiroki Totoki or the new CEO they get is going to say, okay, yeah, we're sticking with this, or they're going to say, scratch this. This was Jim Ryan's plan. This isn't my plan. I have a different plan. And maybe that plan could be exactly what you're describing, Supremacy. Maybe that pivot is, you know what? We thought that this thing was going to get blocked, or we held out hope that it would. It didn't. Now we change of plans. We're going to have to start focusing more on. Now, all these things can happen at one time. I'm not saying that an acquisition has to come at the expense of canceling live service games, but I guess I'm just saying that if the development process of these live service games is not going as smoothly as Sony had hoped, and they're beginning to realize that this might be way more difficult, even with Bungie, than they had realized initially, then it's a possibility, especially now with the new CEO eventually coming in, that they could go in a completely different direction. They could. Now, granted, we're not going to see that. At least I don't think we will see that immediately. But yeah, it's definitely good food for thought. So, Supremacy, I'm not trying to necessarily give you hope here in that, hey, man, maybe that is exactly what's going to happen. I'm just saying that it is a possibility, because we only know so much from the outside looking in, and we can only assume so much. But changes are happening. That much we don't need to assume. That's confirmed. You know, behind the scenes, changes are happening. Things are shifting, and Sony's being very quiet when it comes to announcements. So all of these things could kind of point to a pivot, you know, a major pivot of some kind. So we'll see. We'll see. But once again, thank you, Supremacy, for that super chat, bud. Also have a $5 super chat from Sniper King, and he says, I'm only... Sorry, you're saying in my... I don't know, I read that wrong. Bear with me, guys. I'm struggling today to keep up. Sniper King says, in my opinion, only investors and high-level executives should care about sales after everything you described. Oh, I mean, that's fair. I get that. You know, I'm not an investor in Sony. Obviously, I'm not an executive at Sony. Or am I? No, I'm not. No, I'm going to be the next CEO. I've been waiting to tell you guys, been waiting to make this announcement, but yeah. I don't know, man. You see, I'm in agreement with you largely, but the reason why I can't... See, let me put it to you this way. When we use the word care, or you care about sales, you care about how well Sony sales are doing, we have to really identify, we have to define what that really means in this context. Because believe me when I tell you, if Sony came out, not Sony, but this data that we went over today, if this sales data came out and it said Sony sales have dropped, the PS5 sales dropped for the month of September, Sony came in not second, but third place, right? It would be impossible for me to not pay attention to that. And you know why? Because to me, that's an alarm bell sounding off. Now, you're right. I'm not an investor and I'm not an executive at Sony, but the reason why that would be an alarm bell is, and the reason why I would care is not because, Sony's in trouble. No. I would actually be, I know this sounds maybe unexpected, but kind of excited. Because I'd be like, oh, you know what that means? Guys, you know what that means, right? Sony's getting nervous. Sony's getting nervous, and they are going to have to make a move because your sales are dropping. You got to do something. You got to make a move. And that is why it would matter a lot to me. More so than what I'm seeing here. Like, what I'm seeing right now, hey, PS5, cleaning up in Europe, still sold the best in the US, even with Starfield. I don't feel compelled to be like, yeah, good job, Sony. You're killing it. I mean, yeah, you are, but yeah, it's like, oh wow. I'm surprised it's doing that well, but par for the course. So, truthfully, the only reason I've even paid attention this much is because of the Starfield factor. Truthfully, like I wasn't exaggerating earlier when I said I was kind of surprised that it came out on top with Starfield, because I really thought that was going to be the thing to do it. But yeah, hopefully that helps explain things a little bit more. I want to see like Spider-Man 2 sell well, because the better that these games sell, the more investment Sony's going to make into them. So while it might not be making me money, right? Like, oh, I'm an investor, and as every time Sony makes a bunch of money on their games, I make more money too. I might not be that, but as a gamer, what I do know is that anytime Sony releases a game that I'm excited for and interested in, and that game does well, I can expect more of that, and different iterations of that, and more investment in that area. So it does matter to me in that sense, you know? For example, Helldivers 2. I'm interested in how Helldivers 2 performs for one simple reason. This game is coming in at a cheaper price point. I'm particularly excited about it. Like, I think it looks pretty fun, and I don't think it looks like mind-blowing, but it looks like a fun game. It's a multiplayer game, and I'm curious to see how it does sales-wise, because if this game, I don't think it will. I think it'll sell fine. But if this game like comes out and surprises, gets really high reviews, and it turns out it's actually selling really well, Sony might start to, that might be a signal that Sony might eye that studio and consider purchasing them, because they realize like, yo, these guys they're out here proving something. It's why I paid so close attention to Returnal. And there was so much conversation about that. Is Returnal worth $70? Is it going to flop? It clearly didn't. It was worth $70 for enough people that the game was a success. It reviewed well, and Sony said we should buy Housemarque. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I'm saying sales, and that's I'm not disagreeing. Like, I think your opinion's fine, and I think that's totally understandable. But I guess I'm just trying to say that paying attention to sales and this data, within it, you can learn some things. And it makes it easier to try to infer and predict where it may lead, what it may lead to. Here's another example, right? Starfield, best-selling game. Even on Game Pass, it was the best-selling game. You know what I infer with that sales data? You know what I'm learning? Whatever they did with the early access, they're going to do that a lot more. Because it worked. It really worked. They're gonna do that a lot more with their bigger games that drop onto Game Pass, so they can try to have their cake and eat it too, because it's working. See what I'm saying? It's not a guarantee, but it's like, if you're somebody who likes that, if you like paying to get early access before it drops in the Game Pass, you could probably look at that data and assume, that they're probably going to do a lot more of that. So, all right, let's see here. So I appreciate the super chat, Sniper King. I have another super chat from Alex Mercer, the prototype, which I appreciate, bud. You're saying, going to try to pick up your copy of Spider-Man 2 at midnight tonight. Still have my receipt and everything. Only bummer thing is I gotta work on Friday. That sucks, man. Yeah, you're not the only one that I saw today saying that you gotta work and you'd rather just take off to enjoy Spider-Man. Absolutely, dude. I hope you can get it at midnight. Sounds like you're getting a physical copy, which is good. I'm getting a physical copy as well. So I hope it gets here in time. But yeah, man, like I said to the other guy, I think it was Jake, I said it to, go to work, push through the day, and know that you have a brand new game to look forward to and enjoy, man. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed it, Alex Mercer. Michael Meridian, appreciate the $10 super chat, man. You're saying they're giving Jim Ryan a golden console for his retirement. You know what's interesting? I'm reading this and I don't know why. This could be a joke, but for some reason I'm reading this like dead serious. Because it almost sounds believable. I'm pretty sure it's not true. I'm pretty sure this is a joke, but man, that almost, just the way you presented it, just straight to it, man. Just, they're going to give Jim Ryan a golden console for retirement. Yeah, that's his retirement gift. Like, it almost gets me to, it's almost like, you are serious. Okay, where are you hearing this? Where did you learn about this, Michael? I'm so curious now, because that's pretty damn funny, if true. That is it's fun. It's cool, but it's also a little bit funny. I say it's pretty damn funny. I wouldn't say it's that funny, because the more I think about it, I'm like, that would be kind of cool. But the reason why I think it's funny is because I don't think he. Okay, you're saying no, you were kidding. I was gonna say, so you got me to believe it, and then you're like, no, I'm just kidding, man. That would be kind of cool, though. I mean, that'd be a pretty cool retirement gift. Here's a golden PS5. But then I kind of realized that, like, Sony doesn't do stuff like that, man. They don't. But the reason why it would be kind of funny in Jim Ryan's case is because I'm pretty sure he doesn't play video games, and that thing would just collect dust. One day he'll just sell it. I would try to buy it from him. I'd see if I could get in contact with him. Jim, how much you want for that golden PS5? Can I get it signed too? That's funny as hell, man. So thank you, Michael. Thank you for bamboozling me here. I know, dude, it was the delivery. I mean, I know there can only be, It just depends on how you read it. I read your super chat and I'm like, oh, I guess. Like, I was this close to checking Twitter because I'm like, did they just announce that? That would be so weird. But I appreciate it, man. We have Supremacy 101 with another $5 super chat. He says, games as a service is taxing MBG. Sony right now is spending more with their current strategy. It's just too much overhead at this point. Just buy a publisher and offload. I mean, listen, Supremacy, like I said, man, you don't have to convince me. I know. I play some live service games, or I have throughout the years, and I know, dude, it is very taxing. Like, these developers need to live and breathe a single game, and it has to always be supported. I mean, the support has to just be non-stop in order for it to succeed. And I do really worry that will be too much for Sony Studios to handle. And, you know, even having Bungie at your side to, like, I don't think you need Bungie to tell you that, you know what I mean? But you do have to wonder how Sony's going to handle it. But that's why I'm saying, Supremacy, what you're saying here, buy a publisher and offload, that could be Sony's plan B. It absolutely could be. And we have Mr. Wallace. Is it just John? Is it John Wallace? I mean, there's an S there. I don't know I don't know if there's a certain way to pronounce your first name, man. So I really appreciate it if you could tell me. So for now, I'll call you John Wallace, and you correct me if there's a different way it's supposed to be pronounced. But he comes in and he gives another membership. John Wallace, he gets us up to 30, guys. W's in the chat for John Wallace here. Kyle, you're saying you're being gifted memberships when you're not in the chat. Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. But thank you so much, man. It's pronounced... Is it pronounced... I can't see the end of Scion. That's kind of... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're saying Sean? Really? Interesting. I would have not... See, I'm glad I asked. So Sean Wallace. Appreciate you letting me know, man. Sean Wallace, I'm sitting here calling you John. So Sean Wallace, he debuff minus 30. I know you were waiting for that, Gaming Survivor. I know you were waiting for that. But he gives a membership, man, and he brings us to 30 members gifted on the day, which is incredible to see, guys. So once again, just a big thank you to this community. I really appreciate the continued support you all show. Whether it's super chats, memberships, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'll give you a Mark Cerny, Sean.
Is an absolute indicator of performance.
You're saying in the States. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's easy enough for me, man. So thank you again for letting me know, and thank you for the membership gift. And Supremacy, getting back to your super chat, man. We're gonna find out. We're going to find out, Supremacy, because what you're describing here, this could be exactly, that's what I mean to say, what Sony is planning to do. That could be their plan B if things are going wrong with their live service efforts. But I don't know. These transitions, they don't happen overnight. In the same way that when, like, here's what I'll say. When Jim Ryan first took over in 2019, and when he first took over as PlayStation CEO, we had no idea his plan was live service. But he knew. And he knew it was going to take a couple years to get that into play and into effect. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that whoever's going to be in charge next, if they have a completely different plan, it's not going to be something that goes into effect immediately. The only thing that could immediately change, as you're pointing out, is if they do announce an acquisition. Well, obviously that would be pretty... Even that wouldn't necessarily be immediate. It would be an immediate answer, but the acquisition itself would probably take a while to go through, if it does go through. So thank you for all the super chat, Supremacy. I really appreciate that. We have Jake Skew with another $2 super chat. He says, luckily, my shift is only 4 hours, 9 to 1. Well, that's a relief, man. That's as long as this stream now. That's funny. That's funny. As I'm reading that super chat, we're hitting the 4-hour mark now. So that's not too bad, Jake. That's not too bad. And you'll be home pretty early too. So good deal, man. Good deal. All right. So I talked about the PS5 Slim. Sometimes I never know which topics to put first in the title. I just thought I was going to have more to say about the PS5 Slim release date leaking, but I will say this, somebody did ask me if I'm going to get the PS5 Slim. It's a good question. There's like this part of me that kind of wants to have it just to have it. Like a part of me is going to want to have every iteration of the PS5, but I don't know that I'm in any kind of rush to make that happen. Like I don't just want to spend money on a PS5 Slim for the sake of it. So what I will say is there could be a point down the line where if I need another PS5 for whatever reason, obviously I'll have a Slim, but I don't know that I'm rushing out at all to pick this up. I think I'm more likely to get the PlayStation Portal first, and knowing that the PS5 Pro is coming out next year, it's a tough sell. I mean, I like the PS5 that I currently have. It's served me incredibly well. I think it still looks great, still runs completely solid. I have no issues with it. That's the big thing for me. I have zero issues with my current PS5. Now that I said that, it'll probably break tonight and I won't be able to play Spider-Man. But I have zero issues with my PS5, and there's really just no reason for me to buy the Slim. But when it's all said and done, even if I wait towards the end of the generation, I would like to eventually have a Slim model to just have to. I want to have the base model PS5, the Slim, and the Pro, and I think it'd be pretty cool. I want to have the whole collection. So, all right, we're going to move on to the final topic here, which is about Spider-Man 2. So I have an article here from Push Square. They say Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is about to glide into our lives tomorrow on October 20th. While it does have the odd bug or two, meaning technical issues, not the protagonist. It's okay. A day one patch should tidy things up, but it's largely a very complete and polished game out of the box. Insomniac Games isn't finished with the sequel just yet, however, as it plans to follow up the launch with some nice post-launch updates. Responding to a fan on X, community and marketing director James Stevenson said Insomniac is currently, quote, working on an update, end quote, to bring New Game Plus mode and a mission replay feature to the game. Another user asked roughly when this might arrive, and Stevenson replied it should be, quote, before the end of the year, end quote. So this is something I wanted to let you guys know about because I'm sure most of us here are, as we know, eagerly anticipating playing Spider-Man 2 starting tonight or tomorrow. And this is something that I actually realized we didn't talk about at all, but it will not ship with a New Game Plus mode, which is a little bit disappointing, but not that big of a deal to me. But it's also very reassuring that they're going to be bringing this out, I assume, as a free, it'll be a free update before the end of the year, maybe in November, maybe in December. But I don't know. No New Game Plus, unplayable, 3 out of 10. I have no doubt that some people were looking forward to it, potentially it having a New Game Plus, but I don't know. I'm not one of those people because I didn't even think about it. I did not once think about New Game Plus until I saw this report and this article. But something I do also want to say about Spider-Man 2 is I have no doubt they're going to have quite a bit of DLC. I imagine they're going to go kind of all in with DLC for this game because it'll be a moneymaker. It certainly will. It'll be a moneymaker. But that's pretty much it, guys. That is the final topic that I had for you guys today. Wolverine DLC. I doubt that. Man, I gotta say, man. I said, man, I gotta say, man. Gee, I wonder if the stream has went on too long and my brain is fried. Man, I gotta say, man. And that's all I got to say about that. What I was going to say is no matter what happens next year in the gaming industry, something my sights are going to be locked on to is Wolverine. I fully anticipate we're going to hear about Wolverine next year. We're going to see more Wolverine. We're going to maybe get our first gameplay. We're going to get some new trailers. I can't wait. I really can't wait because, dude, Spider-Man 2 to me feels like the appetizer. For as big and as exciting as Spider-Man 2 is, and I am very excited for it, that to me is the appetizer. I sound like Foghorn Leghorn. That is amazing. That is amazing. Wow. Yeah, that's when you know I've gone on too long in the stream, when I start to sound like Foghorn Leghorn. You're saying Wolverine looks overrated as well. I mean, it could be disappointing in some ways, but I don't anticipate that. Look, when I finish Spider-Man 2, I think it'll be safe to say I got my fill of Spider-Man, and I'm good for a while. I got Spider-Man 2018, Remastered, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2. I fully anticipate we will get more Spider-Man games in the future, but it's like, okay, it's okay if Spider-Man rests for a little bit now. Wolverine, dude, that is going to be next level for me because I've talked to you guys extensively about this and I just will continue to talk about it until, I don't know until when, but Wolverine is my favorite hero. It always feels weird calling him a superhero, but out of all the characters, Wolverine is my favorite. Between DC, between Marvel. I mean, I love Batman as well. I like the Punisher. But I like Daredevil, of course. But I mean, there's like an Iron Man game in development at EA. There's a Black Panther game. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't care. Insomniac Wolverine. That's where it's at for me. So I can't wait. I really can't wait. Gaming Survivor, thank you for letting me know about that, man. I was really curious. I was really curious what you were going to make yourself to eat after this stream, but now I know. Grilled cheese. My stream wasn't going to be complete without that knowledge. It's just so funny because like I'm seeing people in the chat talking about Wolverine and I just see Gaming Survivor there being like, man, I can't wait to make a grilled cheese. It's like, all right. I don't know. Yeah, Wolverine on the PS5 Pro. Oh my God. Oh man. Exciting times ahead. Exciting times ahead for sure. Yeah, I saw that Rise of Kong game. Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. Does not look good. All right. I think that is going to do it for this stream, guys. I think that's going to do it. I was able to get through all of my topics. I thought we had some really good discussions today. I don't know if you guys would agree, but I feel like we had some great discussions. I feel like we went into some interesting directions, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a good time. I stayed hydrated during the stream. So I'm going to move on to my outro now. First off, guys, as you are leaving the stream, do me a favor, take a second, hit that like button for me. I'd very much appreciate that. I want to make sure I give a big shout out and a big thank you to everybody who gifted memberships today. We're sitting at, like I said, 30 members gifted, which is awesome to see. So if you're somebody who contributed to that, thank you. It goes a long way. As I say, I can only do what I do here because of you guys. Everybody who gifts a membership, everybody who becomes a member and remains a member, and everybody who donates a super chat, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. You guys are the supporters. And if you weren't doing that, there would simply be no content. So thank you for allowing me to do this. It's awesome. And to everybody who super chatted again, thank you guys. So I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter's been doing the timestamps for all of the streams. He's been doing a great job, very consistent, and they really help out the channel tremendously. So Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And if you guys see him in the comment section, make sure you leave a comment giving him a thank you and just letting him know how much it helps you out, because I know he appreciates that feedback. So, all right, guys, that does it for this stream. Spider-Man 2 tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a good time. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys enjoy it, and we will reconvene with another stream on Sunday. Same time, same place. But until then, take care, everyone.